I mean, as long as it's not like Paul's knocking my socks off like it was, it's not a problem.
And we're
It's
live,
just
ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to episode 166 of the Splashcast Monday Night Raw. Your boy Norwood's talking about getting his socks knocked off.
uh, that's what we're doing today. You should. You should be doing despicable, dastardly things after what happened to you this weekend.
Oh, man. Yeah, this is called Karma. I don't know what we're going to call this, ladies and gentlemen. This is Karma. Humility over hubris. God has jokes. New York is laughing
God's
at me.
plan.
He's laughing at me and Norwood because
Nobody laughing at me. I knew everything I said. All my teams was ghetto this year. So come on in. I told y'all.
All our teams lost, just like we were talking about New York last week. We made fun of them for 20 minutes.
Y'all.
We made fun of them for 20 minutes. And then
that's
literally the next week, every team that we like lost on the same day. Every single one.
This is the Chiquinox. Last week was the Sports Georgia Equinox. This week is the Chiquinox. And everything that could go to shit did go to shit.
Yeah, it was bad. It was bad.
Bad for you, though. Way worse for you, and I'm happy about it.
I don't think so. We'll get into it, but I don't think it was way worse for me at all. There's nothing surprised me this weekend, which is what made it bearable. If it would surprise me, then I would be like, oh, damn, that shouldn't happen. But no, nothing surprised me at all. So, but y'all know what it is. Welcome to the pregame. We started on time today. Bear with us. We are having no technical difficulties today. I got an empty beer. What? We don't have any technical difficulties today, but we are in the midst of changing over from, y'all don't care, but Streamlabs over to Studio. So it's a little bit more intuitive, a little bit less robust. So we'll be able to hopefully have less of these Chinese weather balloons, which are about to be kicking in. Let me tell y'all something. If y'all thought we had Chinese weather balloons in 2024, let me tell you what's about to happen in 2025.
Oh, man.
It is about to be a rough go at it for us, Shadin. But
yeah,
welcome to the Splashcast Monday Night Raw.
And if you voted against your best interest, you are complicit in the help here.
Let me tell you something. I ain't never seen a demographic of people all completely wash their hands of.
We don't like none of y'all, boy. Let me tell you. We don't like none of y'all. And we gave back people of color. We are black now. We're a black podcast.
Y'all can have people of color. Y'all can have minority. Y'all can have all of that. That's them over there. We black. We about to have a third party on y'all.
Don't address me as none of that. I am here for the black people party. That's it.
I am here for the blacks and the blacks only. Don't ask no questions.
Do yourself a favor. Don't ask no questions. Because if you ask me, I'm going to tell you. And you ain't going to like it. Let me tell you.
I done seen more sob stories from a certain demographic of people. And I didn't see, and actually, it's a certain class of people, actually, that I've seen more sob stories of. Like they didn't know what was about to happen.
I don't care. for the next 4 years, I don't care. They come to your house, I don't care. I don't.
They come get you. They come get you. It's a wrap. Hey, listen.
I don't care. Don't run no GoFundMe. The answer is no.
No.
And you know how your parents tell you, I done told you no, and I'm not going to tell you again. That's how I feel about it.
The difference is we told them again and again and again. And it just, that's what it is, people. But we're here with the pregame.
There is one gentleman who in all this chaos, uproar, and confusion, which is a callback from many episodes where we've discussed this guy, but I'm referencing Russell Okung, who at one point took half of his salary in Bitcoin. And y'all laughed and kikied and laughed about how stupid he was and big brokey and Bitcoin has fallen It'll never come back. It was considered what was the thing that they were selling? They was telling us for something that wasn't nothing. The PDFs. I can't remember what what it was. Those.
Keep talking. I'll think of it.
Things happen now. Things happen now so fast that we will think that things are
NFTs,
and then they'll just be yes, NFTs. Yes, y'all joked him about Bitcoin NFTs. Well, with the change administration that we're gonna get here in a couple months, Bitcoin has taken off. It was priced at $23K when he bought it. It's now priced at $88,000, and for all intents and purposes, he basically took like 7 million in Bitcoin. They say that man might have turned that into anywhere from 30 to 45 million.
Oh no! If he kept this $7.5 million in Bitcoin and bought it at 23,000, that's $50,000 per coin. Yeah, he might be in 100 million. He might be in 100 millions.
Whatever it is, I'm happy for him. Congratulations. And I at least want to see somebody flourish in this time.
I just want to see. All right. Yeah, because we got to, hey, man, y'all are, unfortunately, y'all the seeds now to a brighter day for us, for the blacks.
Brighter day.
For a brighter day for the blacks. You are the seed money, brother.
Only.
Oh, and I can't wait to finish this set because y'all gonna see my painting. Norwood is more docile when it comes to the expression of artwork. When it comes to the expression of artwork, for the culture, mine is a little bit more aggressive. And Marcus Garvey is one of the people that I have around in my house, and we ain't going back, but we connecting. Diaspora, we might have to go back. You never know. But hey, Diaspora, Okun, we working together. We working together.
And that's it. That's the only, yeah. I don't want to hear nothing from anybody for 1,200 days.
We are not a political podcast.
No, that's the reason I don't want to hear nothing. Shut up. Talking.
Shut it up.
But we're happy for that. Also, we can celebrate one of our favorites here, Coco Gauff. Also running it up.
Breezy. See Jeezy.
Yes, she won the Women's Tennis Association Finals champion for the first time, the youngest in 20 years, and won $4.8 million. And she had no clue. If you could run the video, my friend.
It's two things. Well, yeah, I'll run the video first. Let me make sure I got all the volume down because I don't want y'all to get massacred.
Uh-oh. I'm going to tell y'all, that boy almost took out the little hearing I got left.
Get the biggest price check in the history of the tour.
Oh, it really is.
It's $4.8 million. You don't know what you.
Well, I didn't know. Like, I knew it was some money. Like, but I didn't know that much. Okay.
So I guess what does it mean for you? And also, how will you treat yourself?
Oh, it means a lot to me. How would I treat myself? I don't know. I mean, you know, I bought a house, so, and I don't really know what else like I want other than that. I'm going to music festival next week actually, so I don't know.
Yeah. What is
it? She said I'll go to a music festival.
I love all of this because it's first, I won the most money ever. Then it's like, why did you tell everybody I won the most money ever? Also, $4.8 million is a lot of money. I just thought I won some money. Then she was like, I got a house that I just bought, so I guess some stuff there, and then I'll go to a concert. I love all of this. What can't you like about this?
Few things about this. Few things. She was surprised to get the 4.8, but the reaction is of somebody that already got 4.8 or more. It wasn't like, oh my God, it wasn't like hitting the lottery.
Yeah.
It was like,
thanks.
cool,
guess.
thanks. That's cool.
I'll put it right in there with the Scrooge McDuck pool of money I already have.
Remember, I think she was the highest. She was the highest grossing endorsed female athlete, at least in tennis for sure. And I think it was all total, 2024. Remember, she was in the Olympics and everything. So she said, "I'm going to a music festival." Oh, you better buy some Bitcoin. You better call Russell Okung.
No. Hey, y'all roll out the red carpet for me and the homies. And now, why did y'all tell them people I want $4.8 million? It's people who are coming back into my life. Like, congratulations. Hey, big head. Oh, and God forbid, I might owe somebody a couple $100. Now they like, hey, man, I saw you got your little 4.8. Let me get my bread. And I might just not have it in my Cash App right now or in my pocket. But now they're expecting payment because they saw me just win the World Women's Tennis Association Championship for $4.8 million. You talk too much.
They're gonna talk anyway. But she good anyway, though. So, but shout out to Coco Gauff, man. Shout out to Coco Gauff. We are happy. And I look for her to take the next step while we're here.
What is the next step? You just the biggest purse ever. That's the most they've
Serena.
ever paid anybody.
Like, well, I mean, winning wise, you got, you're chasing Serena. Yeah, I know, but you're chasing Serena. So, but I mean,
you are chasing a bunch of dead white men. Yeah, exactly. We talking about the same thing, my boy. Yeah. Just keep and send me my check in the big check, the big golf check. I want to be like, what was that? Happy Gilmore, who just had the big checks at the crib. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm looking for. That's my levels of ignorance. If y'all didn't know, that's the reason the Lord never let me win $4.8 million regularly, because I be in here.
You better say you
more on the looter and less on the Chris. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. I'm building the church.
You got your light. You like in a rainbow right now.
Oh, these are the vibes. I have to maintain the peaceful vibe. You see, I got it. You may or may not be able to see. I got the money tree back there now. Well, yeah, the money tree. I got the spaceman back there. Yeah, especially with the teams that I have, it's almost everything else has to be very feng shui for me to have peace in my life.
Yep.
And you know that with a little cleaner OCD, it makes it worse.
Yeah, well, good to have you back.
Speaking of a lot worse,
let me tell y'all something. So, y'all know the beef between Drake and the West Coast. At this point, it's not just Drake and Kendrick Lamar. It's pretty much Drake and the West Coast now. There you go. He has one of his best friends in Toronto was DeMar DeRozan. DeMar DeRozan can be seen all over the Kendrick Lamar They Not Like Us video because he's from Compton, calls himself, his nickname was Debo. And amongst regular humans, you can see why he was called Debo. I mean, 6'8". So, and last week we talked about, or was it 2 weeks ago, we talked about Drake when DeMar DeRozan got traded to the Sacramento Kings and how they went back and played and how Drake was on the broadcast saying they better not hang a DeMar DeRozan jersey. I'm going to, if they do, I'll take it up myself. DeMar responded like, you don't have to climb mighty high. So I
gotta climb high. I gotta go ahead and talk about it.
Then the owner from the Kings, Vivek Ranadive, I said it right. Takes DeMar DeRozan's side. So if you can see, he's wearing a They Not Like Us hoodie after borrowing Drake's $200 million jet. Now, I don't know the backstory besides this of if there was something going on with the $200 million jet. We can listen to it if you want.
Oh, I mean, essentially, Drake let Vivek borrow his jet to move the Sacramento Kings around, if I remember correctly. If I let you borrow my plane.
He did it once. It was because something happened and he had to use it.
Once? Who has the option? You act like it's. If I let you borrow my plane and then I see you wearing a shirt that references a song where they call me a pedophile, yes, we have a problem now too. Anybody who reiterates this, I have a problem with. DeMar, I have a problem with you. Vivek, I better not never see you in this country because I'm you know who I'm telling.
Who? Tell the truth. Tell him. Tell him.
You know,
come on, tough guy. Who we telling?
No,
Who we telling?
You tried to set me up.
Who we
I'm
telling?
telling the people who need to be told what they need to be told when they need to be told. And that's all I'm going to tell you. How about that,
bro? Ain't nobody listening. Drake, man, ain't nobody listening to you, bro. You just like you say, follow the money, and the money tells important sometimes in these organizations. You can't. There's a certain amount of money that you have, and there's a certain amount of money you don't have. Now I understand. You actually convinced me of the warranted Drake hate. I agree with it. If you gonna dance to somebody calling me a pedophile, whether it's just or unjust, hey, it's up and it's stuck forever. But
like that might be where it like on site, like, oh, why you just who was the singer who just threw the bottle at somebody's head, and that's how Tony Parker got hurt? Was that Drake? But whatever that was,
Chris Brown threw it at Drake, I believe.
That's what type of time I'm on. As soon as you like dancing in the song that calls me a pedophile, it's on site, and the site is when I see you, not when you see me.
So people in the comments like, bro, Drake, you have no ownership in the Raptors. You are a glorified ambassador, and
now, yes, you're right. He does not have an ownership in that team, but there is a mutual financial balance here. Now, don't forget, he didn't put out. Toronto has a bunch of OVO collaborations and all of that. Like,
they stopped it for whatever reason.
Oh, well, I mean, that probably is a little too close. But when Drake come back, y'all gotta stop just because Drake lost to Kendrick. The rest of the world still has to act in accordance with Drake now. I don't want that to not be a thing.
We'll see. We'll see in 2025 because we got to see.
And Vivek,
how all this plays.
you grab on site too, not like us. Yeah, you're right, and I'm gonna show you.
You know you're not. That one person again. There's some people you don't have the tax bracket to grab. Pause if necessary.
That is true. That is true.
You are in
young
the
man,
hundreds of millions.
Young man. You might have one of those billion. You know how many I have? I have enough to make yours not matter anymore.
And I'm good in two countries. I'm good in India and America.
Oh, way more than that. Way more than two countries. I'm good in any country where they take money. Wherever you got money, wherever you good, I'm good there too. And better.
And I'm more good because I got more money. That's why you gotta calm down.
Whoa, no.
Huh?
Hold on, I gotta make sure. I gotta make sure this is the right guy. He might not be able to talk to Drake that crazy.
He's not.
I don't think so. I think that's
a couple billion. You don't think he's not worth more than 1 billion?
What's his last name? RAMASWAMY.
No,
I want to make sure.
No, that's not.
I think I got the wrong Vivek here.
You do, because ain't no why. Ain't no why.
Oh no, not at all. My bad. You right. Wrong Vivek. Wrong. Yeah. Run. Yep. Whole different. Big V. Big V. Yeah. I was looking at Lil V.
You looking at this?
Now there's.
He's worth a lot of money, but he ain't worth as much as I thought he was. Now that we talking about it, this is definitely pocket watching.
It says 700 million.
Yeah, yeah. He only bought the King for 348 million. Oh yeah, no.
Oh,
so smoke, bro.
So that's tricky. That's a little tricky because he's worth $700 million until he sells that team. Then he's worth $5 billion or whatever the Kings is worth. So he's like Drake, but I own a team too. That's the difference. which is a big 2. He's like, bro, you might have a little bit more like liquid cash than me, but my investment is the Sacramento Kings, my boy.
Yeah.
So yeah, you still can't talk to him though. But I mean, you can't talk to me crazy either, V.
Be all right. Moving on. I guess this is so Norwood named the pregame in sections Money, Love, and Pain. So Derek Jeter, I guess this is for the younger crowd of the people that didn't know, but Derek Jeter and Mariah Carey. Yeah. Have you not seen the baseball diamond of women that he had in the 90s? Derek Jeter had but every non.
I understand that elite shooter. He probably like KD, his level of efficiency, I assume. But the part here is respect once again, and this is a New York Yankee. This is but I have a respect for this man.
So Mariah Carey wrote "My All" about the time she wrote the song "My All" about the time she risked it all to spend the night with Derek Jeter in Puerto Rico. Mariah Carey and Derek Jeter had a brief fling from 1997 and 1998 towards the end of her marriage to Tommy Mottola. She revealed that Derek was the inspiration for this song and credited him with helping her leave her controlling relationship with Tommy in her 2020 memoir, The Meaning of Mariah Carey.
So there's a couple things here. Number one, you are risking it all for the captain here. Salute to that man for that. I'm happy for you. Without you, you know, you are an elite shooter. More than that, I want you to be cheating, and
I will get there.
We can talk about that. But this song is a great song. Like, if you're gonna cheat and put this out afterwards. Like, now, if I'm Jeter, you can't tell me no. You know that's about me, right? That's it. That's mine. And she sang her ass off in this song.
So there's a popular term and Instagram page now that I frequent just to laugh.
Whoa.
City boys. This is nothing but a city boy move to me. Oh, yo man, you feel bad? Yo man, come on over. Let me talk to you. Let me tell you, I got enough money to fly you to Puerto Rico. Oh, you fly yourself because you got more money than me. And we do what we need to do towards the
she got her own. You don't think Mariah got her own? Don't send me no flight. I'm good. Where you at? I'll pull up on you.
And then, so while she was married, she was messing around with Derek Jeter because she was in an unhappy relationship. And then he broke up with her right after they divorced because she divorced in '98, and that was the end of her fling too. So he got you to he helped you leave your husband while getting the draws without having to pay
helped you write a hit. Another one.
The hit was gonna come regardless. You just happened to be the subject.
No,
that's the truth.
I'm gonna tell you right now. If a slap come from me, then that slap is mine. Put me on the credit.
She couldn't put him on the credit because it was a fling. She opened up about it on the biopic, or not the biopic, on The Meaning of Mariah, on the memoir. Why is this just now news?
And the other part about this is I don't want you to be talking about this in 2020. Whoever she was in a relationship with then, and definitely don't bring up Derek Jeter around me. That's the one that you can talk about. You talk about Nick and that head rep all he wants to. He got 75 kids. That's whatever that is. But Jeter, don't you reminisce about good times with Derek.
I know why this came out. Now that I think about it, because Nick was just doing that interview, and he was talking about what it was like being married to Mariah, and that's what he really wanted. And then this was released literally right after, like days after. So, but it's interesting this came out in 2020.
Don't write no classic love song about me.
What you think R. Kelly did? It's just
We got right
Oh,
on past the money and the love. No, we
right back here. We right back in. We right back. Right back. Dog. Somebody entitled this photo
as a pig in slop.
Or somebody titled this my first 18 holes. So this is Tiger Woods at Hooters. I believe.
Front 9 and back 9.
You know they like it. He's on the Hooters wall in Florida. This is back
stop the camera fast enough.
This is 2000.
Hey, whatever y'all do, stop. Nope. Hit 15 seconds. Hit the back with 15 seconds twice, and that's gonna drop you off right where Reggie left that joke at.
It's a good one. But this is back in the backwards Kangol, backwards Kangol Nike Michael Jordan era. So this had to be like 1996. That had to be like 1996, 97, which means he was a young 18, 19-year-old kid, which means these people saw an opportunity. That's how
he saw an opportunity. I was about to see. He saw 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 opportunities, and more 11, opportunities. 12, 13. Donations.
They said Tiger Woods caught in a blizzard. Tiger Woods visit the bunny ranch. Golly, they are killing him in here. So basically, this is Tiger Woods.
Consciousness.
This is basically for those who listen to audio experience. This may not be in the pregame, but it probably will be. This is Tiger Woods on the wall at Hooters with all of the snow bunnies, and I think one of them, if I'm not mistaken, the one that I have hovering. No. This is the one that came out later on with like, oh, he's, she was part of the whole pulling the cover back on Tiger Woods part. Her right.
I bet she was. I bet she did that pretty regularly. But
I think she's the Subway sandwich. She's the Subway sandwich.
I don't know what that means. I don't know what. I don't know what.
Okay. I got to give you a backstory. So Tiger Woods, when he got caught, she released the voicemails, and he was like, "Hey, I need you to delete those voicemails. My wife went through my phone, and one of the voicemails, he was like, yo, you want me to bring you a Subway sandwich while he was coming to drop it off?"
Now, there's a joke there. There's actually like 3 jokes in there.
Submarine, sandwich, foot long,
I mean,
drop it off.
But
fast
but
and friendly.
Also, you know that Subway also got in trouble for the subs not actually being the correct size. So, like, that's the reason it's a joke inside of a joke. This is so. What would Umar say, man?
Umar married 2 white women. You remember that?
Dr. Umar?
You? I don't know if it was a joke or a prank. Okay.
No, he married 2 women. He definitely didn't marry. Nah. If Umar did that, then Cat Williams has won. I'm going to go ahead and eject for the rest of 2024. I'm going to walk off this podcast, honestly. If I see Umar, man, nah. No. I'm happy for Tiger, though. I hope that this is a wonderful time. This is, I was going to say, this looks like the Hooters in Augusta. I'm sure he's probably had some great times there, considering he does a lot of winning there. And we have a great Hooters. Probably one of the greatest things in Augusta is the Hooters. Now please play this video.
I don't know who these people are, but
it don't matter.
The audio experience. We are watching high school girls basketball.
This looked like Bishop Sycamore.
This team got beat a lot to nothing. And if you see the clip, for those with the video experience, you will see how they got beat a lot to nothing.
They are too old to be this bad. And if I'm going to tell you, if I'm your parent, and she had the nerve to have some 11s on, you have some cool shoes, and you play basketball like that,
that a pirouette.
Pivot, whatever. This is embarrassing. Your sneakers cost more than your game. And overall, no, get off the team. You're not going to practice for this. You need to get an education, kid. Best thing that I can tell you to do is stop spending the 2 hours a day going to basketball practice. Get in them books. Because you will be going to work somewhere where they don't have athletes at all. They won't even let you work for the team playing this bad. You can't even be in the office.
They are.
When
so
you
they
make
are. They basically.
when you
this
make
looks
the
like the first
referee
team, though.
uncomfortable.
This is gonna be ugly
No,
because this is probably their first year. There's no way that this is a sustained basketball program getting beat 53-0, and nobody can dribble.
Those girls are teenagers.
That don't mean they could have started. What that mean? They could have started the basketball program that year.
I don't care what they doing at that school. Your ass better come home. Don't you go practice with them ever again. You can't do nothing but get worse playing with them girls. But yeah, that was the thing. This is unbelievable to watch.
South Bend basketball. This is in Indiana. Oh, you can't be this bad in Indiana. Indiana, birthplace of basketball. What y'all doing?
That. And she hit him with the Udi Wapti, carry, travel, trade, pump fake, all of that. Oh, nah. And then I put this last thing on here for you.
Well, the link don't work, so I don't know what it is.
Oh, good thing is we can discuss it. Your lady, Rachel Ray Gunn, the dancer, has fully retired. She is out of breakdancing completely. And I think that's a wonderful thing. She should not be able to dance anymore. Since we restricted what people can do in this country.
We call that dancing? She should not be able to fake a seizure anymore. That's what she was doing.
Whatever it is, she don't need to ever do it again. And she's retired. But this is the more frustrating thing about this is how did you get to 37 years old and scam the world into believing like this was your thing? You don't have a thing
This is a black podcast. What do white people do in all of history? They don't do nothing original. They only scam and steal and make it try to make it their own.
This is for sure original. I've never seen anybody else do these dance moves before. Ever. Never, ever have I seen anybody dance quite like this. But when you've devoted your entire life to breakdancing, you get to the Olympics and people see you actually breakdance and laugh at you and tell you that you're terrible. What do you now do with the rest of your life? You committed your life to breakdancing.
No, she was teaching a class. She was doing appearances through Australia. She's like the clown at the circus.
The Aborigines would never stand for this.
Yes, they will.
But for me, yeah, now, like, she don't really have anything to do for the rest of her life. You got to, like, they're running you out of breakdancing. Like, you went from a joke to, like, okay, I probably won't compete in the Olympics ever again, to, like, now I just don't breakdance. Now you just got to be at home with your significant other for the rest of your life. And you gotta walk real quietly around the house.
No, you don't. You think
joke?
You don't think he knew? What? He knew. He knew she was this bad. That ain't nothing new. Ain't nothing here surprising.
I don't think that, but not for probably the reason that you think.
Stop speaking in code. People that are watching don't know the code that you're trying to speak in.
Oh, this is even better. Her husband is also a breakdancer, Sammy the Free.
He white? His name Sammy the Free? Bro, I don't even respect that. You been free. You ain't got no captain. Nothing. And I know you can't freestyle because you supposed to help her. Awful ass.
I'm looking. Oh, see. Here, what do they do in this house?
Scam. This white.
Yeah, I want to live with this. I want to live with this level of obliviousness where I don't have to live in the reality, which is humanity, like everybody else. I can just move to Australia and break dance. I just knew Sammy the Free was gonna get off, and he is not. They just live in this world of delusion together.
You thought that he was
and they
good?
probably rich.
That's what rich white people do. They just do shit and claim it as their own. Hello?
Jesus, it's Monday. Yes. Oh, you answering that, clown. But yeah, this is, I don't know what to say about this. Hey, Sammy, you need to retire too, big dog. Everybody give it up. Start over. Wash, rinse, repeat.
Yep.
But that's it, man.
Ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end of the pregame. We're going to kick it off. We really didn't have much to talk about. Ain't no more baseball. There's literally nothing in baseball to talk about anymore. So give us about 3 or 4 minutes. Get you a beverage. We'll be right back. HBCU news around the culture is next. Y'all stay tuned.
Big Mooch. Yes, sir. Yeah. Yeah. Gonna call the process of elimination, dog, know what I'm saying? Get you niggas out the way, know what I'm saying? You niggas dead meat, let's go. Nigga be broke tryna dish shit, really sound fun. Shit really sound fun as hell. Broke ass nigga, you know you ain't getting no money. Little nigga, you broke as hell. Got rich off the rap, but I still got the trap house bar. Trap be jumping, yeah. OG on the crib, but I still keep the crib blue honey. Keep the crib blue honey, yeah. Y'all niggas so high, finna take off from lunch. Straight gangsta shit, nigga, you know how we come. I'm trapping that pen from a Sunday to Sunday. My little nigga with me, he swiping that punch. I catch a bitch stuffing it, dick in the stomach. I'm feeling like Caesar, my niggas go monk. Sliding your shit, we got hundreds on hundreds. Heard around rich niggas, there's money on money. I was just unfortunate, now niggas stunned. Little bitch like Mooch, why you doing all the tongue? Get shit up, ho, cause I ain't never had none. One call, that's all, make the gang go hunt. Catching that pet through the front. Give you diamonds on me, they be rumbling. Bustin', jumping. My watch and my chain, they be fussing. I been this shit since I stepped in the game. Got me a coupe and I blew out the brain. In the big by the Benz and I'm taking 2 lanes. I'ma do the whole day like my first name with Dane. I'ma mother my bitches, they gotta get trained. Man, I owe to my niggas, I never would change. I love my big brother, shit won't be the same. Just watch over me while I kill the rap game. Tryna do shit really sound fun. Shit really sound fun as hell. Broke ass nigga, you know you ain't getting no money. Little nigga, you broke as hell. Got rich off the rap, but I still got the trap house bar. Trap be jumping, yeah. OG on the crib, but I still keep the crib blue honey. Keep the crib blue honey, yeah. 30 racks on me to scan away, you know my pockets all blue. Go shop a big sex when there's nothing to do. It's a bitch from the bed that she gave me the scoop. I fly like my grip 1500 or 2. I can be still, but my diamonds still move. This young nigga weird like he jumped out of pool. Gang banging back, then I made it look cool. He wanna be famous, his face on the news. Double cup full of mud, don't do the boo. Got a young nigga with me with a baby face, don't be fooled. Serving the living room, J smoke crack in the back room. Trap spot, fuck a nigga bitch in the bathroom. The shit that I rap about, say no, I been through. The whole hood on it, so you know I was in. Go get you a sack or a gun and go get to it. Nigga be broke tryna dish shit, really sound fun. Shit really sound fun as hell. Broke ass nigga, you know you ain't getting no money. Little nigga, you broke as hell. Got rich off the rap, but I still got the trap house bar. Trap be jumping, yeah. OG on the crib, but I still keep the crib blue honey. Keep the crib blue honey, yeah.
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen, with Psych. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to episode 166 of the Splashcast Monday Night Raw. I'm your co-host, Reggie.
I'm your co-host, Norwood. Our powers combined. We are your HBCU homeboys. We are defeated, but not done. We have taken a rough week. We're going to regroup. And we'll be right back. Welcome to the pod. Have a seat. Pour a drink.
Man, welcome, man. Rough weekend for you boys. Everybody lost. Everybody lost. But y'all know what it is when it comes to Monday Night Raw. We do HBCU news around the culture, followed by our NCAA football and NFL football segment. Then we wrap it up with basketball until the end of football season. Then we do the other way around. We do our football, we do our NBA, HBCU, followed by our NBA, then followed by our basketball, football segment. So, without any
come on in here and enjoy this good sports conversation.
without any further ado, how you feeling, brother? Before we get
I'm
started.
actually, I ended up having a pretty full Sunday, to my surprise. Ended up at the Texans game last night. And while it was great to watch a great game in person, it's also tough for a 7:30 start on a school night for a person who don't hang out on a school night. So it needless to say, there were a couple work naps today, but everything got done.
Oh no, your boy was in the bed by 10:30. I had nothing to stay up for yesterday. I was in the bed by 10:21. I was not.
And especially after the shellacking that cumulative we've taken over the weekend, you probably won't get in the bed. Let me get a good start to the week. Maybe forget everything that happened last week. But no, the game was so good that you couldn't even. It was like, I can't leave. I got to see how this plays out, and it was worth everything.
Yep. So without any further ado, we're gonna get right into our HBCU segment, people. We're gonna start out with not football, ironically. So Spellhouse Homecoming had a event that I've never seen before. They had a boxing event, and everybody was there. So basically, during Spellhouse Homecoming, one of the nights, a bunch of people participated, and they ended up winning a prize, if I'm not mistaken. Well, somebody won a prize. Well, a lot of people got prizes. Some got knuckle sandwiches. Some got money. But it was one of the better events, and you can see a lot of people actually showed up. And, if you're going to fight, this is a great way to do it.
I really like this for a couple reasons. This is like PWIs get to have this type of fun, and we typically don't. Mm-hmm. Number two, this is a place to solve your grievances safely and effectively.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, I can't lie. I would like to see this at every homecoming.
You would like to see
it's packed.
You would like to see it resolve. Like a lot of people, especially we want to send T's and P's out to Tuskegee. If you have a way to get rid of your aggression and go with any grievances, I mean, this is a good way to do it. Now, if you lose,
not even that. Not even necessarily. Yeah, with the let me warm it up. I'm gonna warm it up, cook you. I'm gonna warm you up, cook you. The Fred G. But
he fought with a boxer though. That's a real boxer.
Yeah,
you can't.
Not even necessarily just like beef. This is just, it reminds me of when I grew up. We had, and in hindsight, it sounds crazy, but they used to do mud wrestling. Like the girls would do mud wrestling every year at the end of the year. And it is the whole county come out. Y'all know what place they gonna do the mud wrestling, and every kid is there, and it's crazy. And this is exactly what it reminded me of. But yeah, I'd much rather have this than y'all fighting on campus, shooting people. Yeah, this is it. I want to know how they got this sanctioned. That is it. Student activities or whoever approved this. And the logistics of just getting a ring out there. This is fire, though. I love this.
Yeah, it's fire. Let's see, that didn't work. Let's get to.
And y'all know some people y'all want to see get their ass whooped in college too. This will
down.
This will ruin your homecoming, though. I'm gonna tell you, you playing, and then you end up getting whooped on the Wednesday at homecoming. You might as well lay it on down.
Yeah, because then, especially if you get knocked out like old boy in the blue did, because now people gonna start to try you.
And you remember you was at homecoming, got knocked out. Well, we got it on, especially now they got it on tape. Here it is, just in case you forgot.
Ain't never going nowhere, dog. Never.
You got to really train to homecoming there. You can't just be like, oh, I'm gonna fight him. Nah, I just spend the rest of my days training until we get there.
All right. Let's get to these SIAC scores, man. We got Albany State. I don't know what game this was where they played Allen. 3-0. That, I mean, no, they all say 3-0. So I guess this must be softball.
Hold on. Let me go back.
Morehouse played Clark 28-17.
Thank you.
Ooh, Clark beat Morehouse. Clark beat Morehouse 28-17. Lane beat Lincoln University of Missouri 41-28. Miles beat Tuskegee on homecoming 37-7. Again,
Tuskegee
prayers
had
out
a
to
rough
Tuskegee.
homecoming.
Prayers out to all those
I
affected
do.
by the
I will
virus,
say they
Tuskegee.
look like they had a good time though, minus the foolishness.
Yeah. Tuskegee's always a good time though.
It looked like it shook before it shook.
Have you ever been there?
No,
No. Let me tell you, you walk through them big old gates. Now I ain't gonna lie, you walking back in time now. You feel like you getting on the plantation. But
I have heard that. Wait, is it better or worse than Savannah? Or equal?
It's better. It's better because it looks better. It's upkept. But I mean, if you can think of any type of Gone with the Wind 1920s movie where it pans out and they open the gates and it's just like the big house. I mean, but it's a big old hill, but it's pretty. It's a pretty campus. It's like Hampton of the South. There's no water. The plains. They're on the plains.
That's the only thing. It's like when you get to Savannah, you're like, ooh, like it's a step back in time, but you also like, oh, I'm not really the most comfortable here either. Like
Savannah's the little New Orleans. But yeah, so shout out to Tuskegee.
I'm way more comfortable in New Orleans than Savannah, at least.
Miles put that thing on y'all though. Speaking of Savannah though, Benedict beat Savannah State. Savannah State was winning, and Benedict had a huge second half to come back and win this game and won 35-27. Edward Waters University beat Allen 33-28. Fort Valley fell to Albany State 20-15.
Yeah, I knew that was going to be a close one.
Kentucky State beat Central State 24-14. So we should be coming up on determining who's going to be in the championship game pretty soon.
We're getting closer and closer to.
Because, CIW Division II championships, because you have the playoffs, a lot of those conference championships end like in this week, next week, and then by the end of November. Like, that's normally it. So, especially in HBCU, you're going to have SWAC championship at the beginning of December. You're going to have the MEAC. I don't even think they crown a MEAC championship. I think they just crown regular season as the champion. And then you have SIAC and CIAA championship games, which both of those are held in Atlanta Lakewood. So it's some good football, a lot of drama heading out. So moving on.
This is where everybody trying to win these last couple games, keep their job at this.
Yeah, this could be it. Moving on to the CIAA. Let me make sure I got this week right. So we got Bowie State beat Lincoln of Pennsylvania 45-7 after that shellacking that they took at Virginia Union. Shout out. Bluefield lost. Bowie State won 45-7. Bluefield lost 27-21 to Elizabeth City State. That's a win for them after losing 91-0. It is what it is. That's a win, bro.
Take your W and go home, fam.
Yeah, Winston-Salem State stays in the running. Well, they stayed in the running and won 37-31 over Fayetteville State. Virginia State beats Virginia Union 35-28 in what some are calling an upset, some aren't, depending on who you speak to.
I knew this. I mean, it was a 7-point game against two really good football teams. You can't ask for any more from that.
That are down the road from each other.
Yeah.
And then there's Livingstone and Johnson beat Johnson C. Smith. Boy, Johnson C. Smith fell off the
cliff,
off the table, boy. So
as soon as you start playing good, y'all trick it off. You gotta watch these teams these days. Every game, there's a lot of parity in football these days. I will say across the board at every level.
Yeah,
more than I think ever before. Do you think that's the transfer portal?
Yeah.
Because there's not anybody in any level in football. Yeah, like there's just not anybody in football at any level that's like other than Magic Man Mahomes, and he don't even look good the way he's doing it.
It's hard to say parity in NFL because the NFL is always gonna have parity because of free agency. And now that you've effectively added free agency in college football, you're gonna have a lot of parity. The only difference is you can't play immediately when you transfer. Like in the NFL, if you sign or get traded, there's no trading. But yeah, I mean, we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it more once we get to the SEC and all of that. There's just no depth. No team has a lot of depth anymore, and that's what's happening. But before we leave CIAA, I do want to say that there will be a rematch, and let me tell you, Virginia State. The Virginia State Trojans will take on the Virginia Union Panthers on the 16th in Atlanta. I know the SIAC is here. I don't know. It might be in Atlanta.
Salem,
in Atlanta.
Salem, Virginia.
Oh, no, it's in Salem,
right
Virginia
there. Salem, Virginia. Yeah.
Why'd you go to Salem, Virginia? I guess you talked 2 Virginia schools. So, I mean,
places nobody's ever been. That's where they had them witch trials, right?
Yeah.
I think that's not us. That ain't us. Whichever one it is. No, wouldn't do it. No, now, not ever. But yeah, it's exciting to see a team have their opportunity to get immediate get back. All right, we just played. Run it right back.
Yeah, they got to run it back.
Run that fade.
And let me tell you, if they forget something, if we know that Union can put up 9-1 now. So
yeah,
State, y'all better come ready to play.
And also, I like it because I completely lost. Yeah, just the opportunity. Oh, that's what I was about to say. Just like you talked all that trash. No, excuse me. We talked that trash about the Saints. It's tough to beat a team twice in the same season. Surely tough to beat them back to back.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's what we about to get in all of these championship games in the SEC, Big 10, and Big 12. You have to beat all them teams twice. But moving on to the MEAC, a couple games happened. Morgan State played Delaware State 30-1, 36-28. Delaware State 0-3, 1-9 overall. And then I guess South Carolina State just flexed their muscle on Howard. And beat them 38-14, scoring a touchdown every single quarter.
Let's go. We already hate Howard, and then we also like South Carolina State. Best of both worlds. Oh.
So South Carolina State ends up winning, and they are comfortably in the driver's seat of the MEAC. They are first-year head coach Chennis Berry has the South Carolina State Bulldogs off to their best start since 2010, improving to 7-2 overall, 3-0 in the MEAC with that win over with that win over Howard, which was a big game because Howard would have taken over the lead in the MEAC with this win.
And then they won the MEAC last year?
And they won the MEAC last year by beating Central. So South Carolina State, I believe, has clinched the MEAC. If not clinched, I think they have to win one more game because 4 out of 6, yeah. And they would have clinched the MEAC championship, and they'll be going to the Celebration Bowl. South Carolina State has 2 of the best defensive linemen in all of Division II football, FCS football. I believe they are first. Here we go. Asad Hall leads all FCS, all of college football in sacks with 10. And then there is his teammate on the other side, Jaden Broughton, who is ranked number 5 in all of FCS with 8.5 sacks. Why is this significant to us? Because we've been telling y'all that the University of South Carolina has had the best defensive line all year.
Thank you.
And then for South Carolina State to go right there and have the best defensive line in all of the FCS.
Defensive line start and stop in the state of South Carolina at this point. And it's not even close.
They are,
and
I watched
Carolina,
this game against North Carolina.
And South Carolina, y'all should be trying to, I don't know what year they are, but y'all either missed the boat or y'all need to be trying to get these 2 guys.
The money is being offered, but I think Chennis Berry is selling something that these other schools can't. Whatever it's him. It ain't. It's whatever he's doing. Because they followed him from Benedict, and now they look great. The guys that stayed at South Carolina State look all of a sudden look. I mean, they look good anyway on the Buddy Pugh, but they look great now. Phoenix looks like he's going to be a sleeper in the NFL draft now. So at quarterback. So South Carolina State looks and is acting different. And Chennis Berry, bro, I know. Just stay as long as you want to, as long as you can, because eventually they're going to give you some money because all these other teams suck. And they're going to give you some money to go to Division I, to go to the FBS somewhere. And Florida State might come get you. Florida State might come get you where they looking.
Florida. We need all the help, and we need to fire our coach. Yeah.
No, I committed for another year.
Tennis. Hey, you want to coach the Gators? Shit.
He got him playing.
He gonna get fired this year. He got torched now. We got torched good now. We keep getting lit up like that. They'll fire him too.
Moving on to the SWAC. 52-24 Alabama A&M over Arkansas Pine Bluff. Grambling upsets Alabama State.
What is
we talk big trash? Big trash. Talk hubris and humility. That's what this is, because we talked big trash about Grambling just last week, and they won 24-23. And I think they got one more game before the showdown with Southern in the Bayou Classic. Or they might actually be off this week. I can't remember.
Grambling went from up here with me where I was, this might be the best team or one of the best teams in college football, to the tank. And then after tanking, then you beat one of the better teams in college football in Alabama State. Okay, all right. I don't know. Look at the rest of these stupid scores. Look at the rest
Jackson
of these.
State won 51-14. We saw that. Alcorn State won 42-21. We expected that.
Get to the foolishness.
PV, who got just ran through this year. Bubba McDowell woke him up, and they beat FAMU 31-12.
That's where your parent wake you up out of the bed when you sleep on get your ass up. Y'all think y'all just finna embarrass me? No, we finna beat them. And FAMU came all the way out here, and I almost went to this game.
Should have gone.
And
that'd have been a good one. I don't even think FAMU brought their I don't think they brought their band though.
But the FAMU people went. I did see that. They were out in big numbers.
Houston? Yeah. We needed just to be there.
Yeah. And I will say FAMU Houston is a good group. They hang out. But yeah, this is unexpected to say the least. I thought FAMU was gonna go down there and monkey stomp them. To lose like this is bad. And then finally
Southern.
Somehow y'all end up in a dogfight in the second worst team with the second worst team in the conference. And
so I guess I was saved. One team won for me. Southern won for me this year. And I thought they was about to lose, because let me tell you, Bethune was up like 13-0. And I was like, oh, Southern. I know y'all not about to get beat at home by Bethune-Cookman that lost to Clark Atlanta. I know y'all not.
And literally, you got, this is the difference between me and you for the weekend, because don't forget Hampton lost too.
Yes, I know.
Everything.
Everybody lost. Listen, every time I get beside myself talking trash about an opponent, God be like, hey, that's not how I raised you. I'll be like, you right. You right. I ain't about to say nothing for the rest of the year. You right.
Just sit there and shut up.
Yep. So now Jackson State, I believe, is for sure number one in the East, and Southern still holds number one in the West, but they got to beat Grambling in the Bayou Classic to hold off Alcorn.
Chaos.
Yeah, because nobody want to see Alcorn.
Which I think I was about to say, I think Alcorn's a better team.
Yeah, Southern is trying to figure out the quarterback situation still. Moving on to the Ohio Valley.
Reggie said that every podcast we had this year. Y'all know we about 8th week, 9th week of football, and he talking about they still trying to figure out the quarterback situation. Them in Norfolk State, boy, they might struggle and never know what quarterback to play. Oh, I'm used to that. I'm a Gator fan, so.
Tennessee State wins 45-20 over Western Illinois. If I'm not mistaken, is that who that is? They win their second.
Sorry to this man.
They secure their second straight winning season and have the most wins 7 since 2016. Eddie George is cooking. They are now 7-3, and they look like they are a lock to make the playoffs this year in the FCS, which is fire. Shout out to Eddie George,
which is exciting, but I feel like there should be more people talking about Eddie George other than me and you. Now, shout out to the realest podcast in the world, the Splashcast. Always remember, like, follow, subscribe. But
shout out to Lights on College Sports. Those two guys, those dudes help us out a lot.
You're right.
With
they do a good job.
They're the only ones that do it. I don't see them nowhere else.
Yeah, but like between like Tennessee State, y'all need to do a better job of selling your coach. Your coach has, I would say at this point, over-delivered. If you want this program to go where it looks like he's leading them, then yeah, y'all need to find a way to put more money into the program because he's delivering. And to a much lesser degree, because I'll be completely honest with you, what South Carolina State is doing with Chennis Berry is better than what Tennessee State is doing. And what he's doing, I think, is a harder, because you can see that there's a concerted effort for South Carolina State to push.
Oh, I mean, you don't mean coaching wise. You mean as in
no,
to get
no. As good as I was about to say, as good as I think that Chennis Berry has done this year, I think that what Eddie George has accomplished is greater. They're playing a level of competition up.
Yeah,
they play a much tougher schedule than they're given credit for, and it's like you got this guy who's a legend. He's just not. He's like, that's the problem with humility, is nobody knows how good you really are, and
so
he's
play
coaching
him and
his
then they
ass
kick
off.
y'all ass. Shout out to Rush.
Yeah,
you was talking all that trash and they out there whooped y'all ass. Was it Tennessee Martin or Tennessee Chattanooga? One of them Tennessee.
Yep.
One of them Tennessee's got the ass beat.
University of Tennessee Martin. He's an alum and he played football there. You can't. What you gonna say? Oh yeah, y'all gonna whoop us? No.
Does he know
that's
Ghost?
My school.
Ironically, does he know Ghost? He know Donnie? They played together.
Yeah.
He's like the all-time leading rusher, if I'm not mistaken. There, ain't he?
And Russ was. I don't think he played running back for them. I think he played outside linebacker, defensive back for them. But yeah, they know each other for sure. Shout out to those guys.
Hey man, it's starting to become basketball season. We're starting to get the preseason. We're starting to get what you call tournaments and all of that stuff. And again, this is because y'all getting y'all ass whooped. Y'all think that black colleges just be going up there getting their ass kicked by the bigger schools. No, there's tiers too. Centenary,
tiers. Because if I lose 131-30, it's gonna be some tears, and then I'm gonna have some beers, and then I'm gonna start punching peers. Because I'm gonna tell you, ain't no way I'm gonna sit here. You think I'm gonna sit here for the whole 48 minutes and let y'all just stomp us out by 100? Coach,
so for the audio experience, Grambling beat Centenary 131-30. And Grambling's basketball, women's basketball has posted 100 plus point wins in back-to-back seasons.
They beat that Bible college last year. We talked about it on the podcast. I'm gonna tell you right now. I would be concerned they should have called that school need to change from the Centenary to Cemetery because the program is dead. That's
a Bible college too, College of Biblical Studies.
That'll be my last. If I'm on Grambling's schedule, I have to look to make sure that I'm not the person who's gonna get 100, because somebody gonna get that 100-point game. It ain't gonna be me.
Somebody said,
you know how you look at the schedule. Nope.
God couldn't even help the Christian school.
Somebody
said y'all played 2 biblical schools back to back. What y'all gonna play next? The St. Mary's for the blind? That's y'all gonna keep playing all these people that ain't got no basketball.
All right, y'all better stop laughing at people because they got disabilities. That's where you got the football harder from Gaudet University, and they got them hoods. And I mean, am I sure that they're not better than the Gators right now?
Somebody said, did Centenary even play before the game?
Get out of there.
They forgot to take the. They said Jesus forgot to take the wheel.
Jesus wept. That's terrible. No. What do you say? What do you say at half?
Oh man, we gonna pray for him. That reminds me of high school. We scrimmaged this school. It's Christian preparatory school, but they were like 58-0, and they beat us, and they would pray for us. Like they would hit us, then they would help us up and say, "God bless you." They beat the shit out of us.
Fam, I didn't sneeze. Don't you say that again, fam.
They beat the shit out of us. They prayed for us.
You
but
cannot beat me and then pray for me. That's the level of disrespect that I'm just never gonna be okay with, because it's like you pity me and you've already, like, what can you do at that point other than just be whooped? You can't get mad. You get whooped again. And re-pray for you, Lord. He knows not what he do.
And then he might,
Yes,
he might get smited. He might get whooped and smited. You don't want that. So, but with that being said, we come to the end of the HBCU segment of episode 166. When was the last time you heard of somebody getting
whooped and smited?
I'm coming with all heavy on the episode. Smite. Heavy on the smite. Ooh. There's some jokes there.
Please write that down.
We'll be right back with our football segment. We'll start out with our NCAA football segment. Y'all stay tuned. Always remember, like, follow, subscribe. Go ahead and get you a beverage, because I'm about to drink my pain away. I might wait until NFL, but I'm gonna drink my pain away in the NFL though. But we'll be right back. Y'all stay
y'all gonna see me when I come back. It'll be different.
No, it won't. It's gonna be the same person you've been all year. We'll be right back. Y'all stay tuned.
Swingers on the stainless, I copped it all cash for a payment. Man, it's so hard, daily being famous. I had to unplug from the matrix. I cop a done, leave a whole sprung, got a ton none when she tasted. Nigga got real pressure with the pill presser, got a drugstore up in the basement. Yeah, tool on me. How you let a nigga make a move on me? I don't let a bitch break a rule, cut her off. When I try to be cool, she was cool on me. Yeah, am I stuck in my ways? I told you I seen everything except for old days. Told that hope it's a cold game. I can still put a bitch on the bay like the old days. Yeah. Private elevator when I lay her. Dirty girlfriends, I'm a player. Hoes choose elect me like the mayor. Party pack just came from Pakistan. Stocking Asian bitches, Jackie Chan. Got 1,000 plans when I land. London hoes just hit me what you saying. Yeah. Boy, you real when you realize this rap shit is unrealistic. I had to take off and just do some more living. I can't let it kick it. I can't have the shit that I'm feeling. I'm in here releasing these demons. Can't tell you what's secret, cause shit get repeated. And if I go broke, I can pick up the pieces. My mama said pray and just leave it to Jesus. Yeah. Mama said pray you the ball head of Jesus. Since I was a fetus, a nigga been sinning like since the beginning. But I had my reasons, That's what I say to myself when I know I'm doing bogus. Every day they get bust, but you wanted that one, so you know I'm a thug till it's over. Got a stash in the vet, the police can't find it, bitch. I got to blow about a motor. And I barely be rapping, but hold when I turn on the floor, I'm a motherfucking poet. If I ever get hit in my shit, tell the fin ball to keep it motherfucking rolling. Better missile get sent in this bitch, I'm a big dog, and you motherfucking know it. Young cocaine, yeah. Private elevator when I lay her. 30 girlfriends, I'm a player. Hoes choose to elect me like the mayor. Party pack just came from Pakistan. Stacking Asian bitches, Jackie Chan. Got 1,000 plans when I land. London hoes just hit me, what you saying? Tool on me, never let a nigga make a move on me. Fuck a security, bet you I leave out the room. I got every single jewel on me. Yeah. Tool on me, never let a hoe play the fool on me. I don't let a bitch break a rule, cut her off when I try to be cool. She was cool on me, she was cool on me. Yeah. When I try to cut her off, she was cool on me, she was cool on me. Yeah. Yeah. Tool on me, never let a nigga make a move on me. Yeah. Tool on me, never let a nigga make a move on me. Tool on me, never let a nigga make a move on me. Yeah. Tool on me, never let a bitch play the fool on me. Yeah. Yeah, keep on. It's ours. So just leave.
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen, with our episode 166 of the Splash Cast Monday Night Raw. We're back here with our NCAA football segment. If you're just joining, go back and listen to our HBCU segment, follow, and also well as our pregame. Remember, like, follow, subscribe. As you can see, there's a loser over there with glasses on. Why you got the glasses on? You got the Dion shades. You up here trying to you supporting Prime?
First of all, I was a Blenders guy pre-Prime.
Sure.
Shout out to that.
Can't prove it.
I mean, it's yes, I can. There are photos with me with the photo. I mean, with the glasses on. With that being said, man, let's talk about the game. Let's talk about the weekend. And yeah, we'll just take it game by game and see where we end up.
Well, you started off with Wisconsin staffer Jack Del Rio arrested for drunk driving and hitting a street sign.
Talk about life coming at you fast. But it's also Jack Del Rio has been hired by Georgia at the bottom, because that is kind of y'all's specialty, the DUIs. Yeah,
you know
this is a 1-2 punch here.
That was a troll. He has not been hired.
Yes, I understand that. Y'all probably would have won if y'all had hired him. I mean, and he would be able to advise the kids on exactly what to do, because
boy, it's a lot of tough talk.
He too understands it.
Somebody over there has been begging for the whole year, but it's cool. Jack Del Rio fired. Well, I guess we'll go in order.
Wait. I don't know if he was fired. He just got the DUI. I don't know if they fired him.
Oh, he got the DUI. So I guess we'll start out with Colorado. Colorado won 41-27 over Texas Tech. After being down 13-0 after the first quarter, they ended up outscoring them 41-13 to end the game. Travis Hunter, 16.
Go ahead.
Travis Hunter, 16 receptions? Or is that touches for 99 yards and a touchdown? Shedeur Sanders, 291 yards, 3 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. And they ended up playing really, really well. And they won 41-27. What were you about to say?
I was going to say, I got to give them credit, man. And Texas Tech is a pretty impressive offense. I bet on them the week before, and they finished it and just could not. I thought that I was for sure they would give a bunch of points to Colorado, because that's just how they play. But I thought that they would be able to outscore them, and they didn't. Deanna's coached his team to a better team than I expected. I have to give credit where credit is due. This is impressive. And everybody else who they play.
You should apologize.
No.
You said they were going to win 4 at the best. 4 games is what you said. You said they won't be bowl eligible, and you doubled down every week. I don't think you picked Colorado more than twice this year.
I haven't. And that's fine. Like, I've given the credit. They continue to win. He's doing his best to prove me to be wrong, and that's life.
Well, he proved.
Congratulations.
It's proved. These past tense now.
At this point, no matter, you can't take anything away from this season. This season, full stop, if he does not win another game, is a success. Them to be in the top 20 this late in the season is an accomplishment. Them to be bowl eligible is an accomplishment. And if I remember correctly, they could still compete and win the Big 12 championship, right?
Yes, they play Utah, Kansas, and Oklahoma State. Those are the last 3 games that they have. And outside of that loss to Nebraska, the Kansas State game, they only lost by 3 points. They are
and Kansas State played pretty good for the majority of the season until they kind of just fell off a cliff.
So, they can beat Utah. Now, Utah's going to be a tough game because that defense is for real still. And Kansas, too. And Oklahoma State don't play defense, but they can score a lot of points. And we also got to give a shout-out to Warren Sapp. What you can see is they have an immediate impact on – he had an immediate impact on the defensive line. They get after the quarterback.
I was watching a video of his today on Instagram, and he looks like he's got to be a really cool guy to be your position coach. You can tell he probably wants to actually still get out there and play.
That hip, though. He be like,
on the field.
Though.
Yeah.
He be like, that hip ain't going to let me do it.
But you know how you just watch a person be in their element and it gets you kind of amped up to want to play football? He was out there pregame, and I was like, damn, this is a guy who I'll run through a wall for.
Man. And what's crazy is Well, I'm gonna talk about this first. Dion now gets $100,000 for each win for the remainder of the season. If they had won $100,000 per win after 6 wins. So after they get bowl eligible, he gets $100,000, and he gets $150,000 for a bowl berth, which he just already got. And if it's a New Year's 6 bowl, he gets another $200,000. So he has a chance. If I'm not mistaken, that is going to be
them 100K games is that's hey man, y'all need to go out there.
5. Yeah, he could win $900,000. That's almost $1 million. $1 million.
We're playing commission football now. Like we to up the ante a little bit. I need y'all to understand how serious this is going forward. I need y'all to do what y'all can do so that we can do what we can do here. But yeah, that I like. When you get to that portion of the conversation and to the contract where Colorado's hit for the next 10 years on the money that they've made. And honestly, if I'm Colorado, I'm probably matching that. I'm probably doubling that. I'd be giving them $200K for every game at this point because the money is there. At this point,
changed the economic status of that almost entire state. Definitely a Boulder,
bro. I'm doubling it. And I'm reinvesting back into you like you invested in this program. Hands down, yeah. You got to once you identify your guy, you should pay him. And let's be real here. It's going to be some suitors out there who are going to try to steal him.
Yeah, but before we get there, about the game, that was interesting. So Texas Tech has this tradition of throwing tortillas on the field. There's a Donald Trump joke there that I'm just not going to make. But they have this tradition of throwing tortillas on the field. And what happened was after Colorado took their commanding lead, they started throwing bottles, batteries, full water bottles, all types of things onto the field at the Colorado sideline. And Coach Prime actually spoke to the referee, and you can't really hear it because I was going to play it, but you can't really hear what the referee says. But the referee, Coach Prime, says he told one of the refs that the fans are throwing half full water bottles and full beer cans on the field and on our sideline. And the ref responds, well, your players are blowing kisses after they score.
Yes. And for what he said, he is correct. Colorado does a decent amount of celebrating, which I'm okay with. I think that if you score, you should just let me finish. So you should be able to celebrate. And are they taunting fans? Sure. Some of that may be too much. I would have to see the video before I say that. Like blowing a kiss to a fan at the end of the day is not super offensive. And the other part about this is, and it's not just them, it's really something that's kind of popped up in the last, I would say, and not popped up, but gotten to the magnitude of where it is now, of everybody throwing stuff on the field.
Because SEC set that precedent, stupid ass. Texas.
Yeah. That's the thing that has gotten out of control way too fast. These fans are way too comfortable. Like at the end of the day, like throwing bottles and beer cans. Like the referee is an asshole here. Whatever the players do, if you feel like they were taunting, either give them a 15-yard penalty or at least warn them. But at the end of the day, like they don't deserve to have bottles thrown at them. And I think that this is a problem that only Dion has because you know why. And I don't think that
let's call a spade a spade. We ain't talking in code. They ain't throw when they got beat down by Oklahoma State, when they get beat down by Oklahoma's not there no more. When they ain't throwing no bottles on the field, when they got beat down by all them other schools, y'all throwing bottles on the field because it's Coach Prime, because it's a black team with a black culture that came there and whooped y'all ass after y'all said that they were going to be terrible. And then the referee obviously has a bias because you talking about they blowing kisses. They've been doing stuff at Texas Tech for years. Don't nobody respect them. We always knew that y'all score a whole lot of points, but nobody cares. Nobody, when y'all lose to Texas, y'all don't throw nothing on the field. You see what I mean? So Tech, I don't agree with none of that bullshit about they were responding. Y'all are blowing kisses. They be doing the horns down to Texas players every time they do that shit. Dog, keep the same energy. And that ref should be suspended. That ref showed his true colors. He looks like he's biased to me. That looks like bias to me. So he should be suspended. He should never coach a Colorado or Big 12 game again.
It's not even the bias for me as much as you're still there to protect players first. Like, there was never an acknowledgement like, you're right, we can't have that part in the game. It's, oh, well, your players did X, Y, and Z. No, whether the player is right or wrong, your job as a referee is to be a part of the staff that protects the players. As far as the throwing stuff on the field, I'm actually not going to attribute that to Deion being black. I'm going to attribute that to schools being way too comfortable with doing that now. This just popped up. But the response from the referee is because Deion is black.
I'm not separating shit. All of that is all encompassing to me. I'm not separating the referee because the referee acted in a way that the fans were acting. You responded in the way that the fans are responding. All of that is wrong. All that, the whole the SEC set the precedent. First of all, you set the precedent for letting them throw it on the field. You set the precedent for not penalizing Texas. You set the precedent for overturning a call that you shouldn't overturn. You set 3 bad precedents in 5 minutes. And now if you look at every other game that has happened since then, every single one where a team gets beat or blown out, they throwing stuff on the field.
That's the reason I don't want to put that on Prime being black. I just think that is classless behavior that has permeated football. And once again, HBCUs don't do that.
No, Deion was like, yo, they throwing everything at my mama at me, everything but my mama at me, dog. Like, and at that point, and shout out to Shador for signing the tortilla. Shout out to Travis for taking the tortilla, and keeping it. Yeah, you want to be an asshole? Travis, I'm gonna score 6. Yeah. You lucky you ain't play Central. Because they would have scored 100 on y'all. I let me tell you, I would have tried to put 1,000.
That is the part. Now, like, sometimes I think that Colorado does things that get them shot at. This is one where, we should score more points at the end of the day. And I actually like the whole tortilla throw thing because that was their thing. But now they're going to have to eliminate. Well, I mean, if it's understood, it's one thing. It's like the basketball team that doesn't say anything until their team scores their first point, and then I think they run on the court or whatever. That's all cool to me if that's a thing. But when you guys act like children, we can't have nice things anymore. So where before I was okay with the tortilla throw because that was a Texas Tech thing. Now y'all throwing tortillas and bottles, and it's not like the time that they do it where it's okay. You're now doing it to disrupt the game and possibly hurt a player. And if you forget, but a lot of people have probably forgotten, but Orlando Brown got hit in the face with the flag and could never play again. You hit a kid with a beer bottle and anything happened, that's a
who
kid.
They gonna sue? You got to sue the school. And now school, somebody get hurt, I'm suing for $1 billion. I want all the NIL collective money. And then, see, and I'm going to keep going black. I don't care. Texas Tech ball boy acted stupid after Shiloh scored a touchdown. Shiloh is the one that gets the toughest love from Deion. Deion baby Shador. He kind of baby Shalomi. He don't baby Shiloh at all. And Shiloh scored, and the Texas Tech ball scored. And that did not work out well at all. You ran into the whole family. There's Shiloh 21. That's Shador, number 2. He tried to take the ball.
And look what he does here, though.
Yeah, knocks the ball out his hand. And Shador what you about to do?
Yeah, bro.
And then you're big bro. That's big little bro. That's the one you don't want to mess with. Deion Sanders Jr. That one?
Correct.
Hothead.
And he's the media guy.
Yeah.
But that's the thing. You're an equipment manager guy. Either wait until the end of the game or talk to their equipment manager. This little side swipe after the touchdown was a classless move, and they should have beat your ass.
It was about to.
You really lucky that this is a good family, a good people, because otherwise you could have got your ass tore up, and then you would have been right. You didn't have and it's not like you walked up and said, "Hey, give me may I have the ball?" Which would have been the right answer. May I have the ball? Or the real right answer is it's a football. We'll get it.
Football. Y'all got millions of dollars. Yeah. Y'all are oil people. Y'all got 1,000 footballs over there.
You try to take the ball out of my hand. and like
Tough.
sneak it out, man, bro. No, they should.
You lucky you ain't get smacked. Like you lucky it wasn't just a hint.
Hey.
Like you lucky it wasn't one of them,
Hey.
bruh. That's why I'm telling
It's
you, this
other
was all
people,
because
family
man, they ain't do
members.
none of that to Oklahoma State. They ain't do none of that to
Hey.
Texas. They ain't do
I'm
none of that
gonna
to all
tell
them other schools that whooped y'all ass. I'm telling you, I'm
You
sticking
get-
by
you
it.
get
We were
the
the blacks
wrong-
today.
You get the wrong person, brother, and they would have dragged you in that grass. Good, boy. They would have sent you back on your sideline.
You lucky
Somebody-
it's Big 12 and not SWAC, and y'all could say
You better be happy that the Sanders family is a good, black, wholesome family. Because had you, or probably one of them deeper family members, it would have got real. And it would have been your fault. Don't lose, win or lose the game. But the lack of classes, I'm never gonna be okay with that. If you can't beat them on the field, then you know what I'm gonna tell you, shut up.
yeah. All that
But these
extra-
type of
and you
things
ain't
is
even on the
trash.
field.
It's really embarrassing to Texas Tech. Damn, y'all gotta throw stuff on the field. Your ball boy doing all type of funny business. Like,
Still
damn,
got
just
smoked.
lose. Take your L in peace. Yeah. And that's the worst part about it is you got whooped.
Now we gonna go past this. All right, I done got my little. I was hot about this, and shout out to the world. We have good conversations, but one of our members in the group was totally off on that, and I could not support it. Stephen A. Smith says that the Cowboys should tank for the rest of the season. I don't think that that's not an option. I thought that that's what they were doing because they don't have a choice in tanking. They're not good. They're not gonna win. And they should get the number one overall pick. So you can draft Shador Sanders and hire primetime Deion Sanders as your head coach. I don't agree with that. But
No.
I mean, it would make a lot of money for Jerry before he go out.
So I'm gonna give y'all the same response I gave the group chat. My first answer, while facetious, is yes. And then for a little razzle dazzle, add Hard Knocks, which I'm sure that Dallas will be eligible. And if I could get Deion Sanders, Dak Prescott, Shador, and Jerry Jones,
and CeeDee Lamb.
And CeeDee Lamb. Go ahead, throw him in the mix too.
Micah Parsons hosting it.
Yes, that
well
will
off
be
media with the cameraman.
Ooh, television.
Yeah, I watch it.
That will be Game of Thrones, Sopranos level television. Let me tell you that. I might have to only watch that.
Yeah.
Me and Reggie will probably actually have to end the podcast.
We'd have a series. We'd have a series and we'd have to react to each one.
It would be like the HBO shows that they know that are good shows, and get the little spinoff podcast where you talk about, well, you won't believe what happened in this episode. Yes, that's what me and Reggie would have to do because it will be chaos. Now, the reason that this will never happen is,
Jerry
number one, Deion does not. No, that's not the issue. Deion and Jerry would never mix as owner head coach. Never in a million
nobody.
years.
Yeah, you're right. I can hear it.
Yeah.
I ain't known by nobody. Yeah,
I don't think that Deion really wants to deal with professional players. I think that he likes the mentoring portion and growing young men versus coaching football adults. And I don't think it doesn't make any. Yeah, he's a Spurrier Saban. I don't see him giving up a lot of control, and his program is built on him having a high level of control, and I'm cool with that. If the other guys can do it, let him do that too. But that's just too much. Now, Shador going to Dallas, maybe that
interesting.
It's interesting. That could be a thing.
It's
that
interesting.
Could be a thing.
It's interesting for sure.
I don't really love that either because number one, you're going to a place where your father's already won a Super Bowl. He's his beloved, and it's Jerry, the owner. And I don't want to see Shador go to a place where I know he does not have a chance to be successful. And between the expectation and the amount of influence Jerry Jones has on the football team, I don't think that Shador has an opportunity to be successful.
I mean, I don't know if Oakland is the best place. I mean, Vegas. I don't know. It looked like he's going to Vegas.
I mean, yeah.
It looks like that's going to be the choice, which is now that that's known is going to give another team a chance to destroy y'all's dreams and hopes. But they may end up benefiting from the fact that Deion is so hands-on and he's just not going to let him go anywhere. But, I mean, we'll see. We shall see. Shout out to Colorado, man. Y'all proved a lot of people wrong, including us. Well, I mean, I said y'all was going to make a bowl game. You said they weren't. But
I did not foresee this.
But
that's the reason I do think that I think it is probably in his best interest to make a move, because losing Travis and Shedeur and Shiloh is going. You better have some. You better have some backfields.
I mean, he can recruit. One thing he can do is recruit now. I mean, and he got proof of pudding. He got the #1 freshman 5-star tackle that ain't allowed to sack all year. There for Jordan 2 more years. You got Warren Sapp out there. Your O-line's playing well. They looking at Julian Newman, who's out here from Carrollton, Georgia, #1 quarterback. He been to Colorado like 10 times. It's a lot of recruits that have been going to Colorado. And the money's starting to flow. It's really flowing now because they winning. But so, you never know.
And I mean, you could go get your. I mean, at least call him DJ Lagway.
We'll see. But with that being said, we'll move on. So, Georgia ended up losing to. Excuse me. Georgia lost to Ole Miss 28-10. It looks like Ole Miss rushed the field at 16 seconds, which it is what it is. Should have just let it run out. But
it was over. It was already over.
Ole Miss upsets Georgia 28-10. So now Georgia is now 7-2. Ole Miss is 7-2, and Tennessee is the #1 team in the SEC now. That's wild.
For now.
Yeah, we play them next week.
Exactly. I think that, and #1, Georgia has lost. I feel way better about the season. The second loss, they still.
I want y'all to notice
12.
that he has on red and black. I just want y'all to.
Yeah, baby, I'm Atlanta Falcons. Baby, rise up. Know that now. That's what it is.
Is that why? Is that what it is? I mean, you got Georgia shirts now. UGA.
I had to support and affirm my team during a rough patch they went through. So that's the reason you see we both got the retro logo on. But yes, I'm happy Georgia lost. Now, this is a very interesting loss. I know they beat us, but I told you last week, I think if we don't lose DJ Lagway, we beat y'all last week. We'll never know. Hold on.
Man, he completed 2 passes.
Fair. I'm not disputing. I'm not disputing your opinion, but what I'm saying is I believe that.
You can. Come on, man.
Then the very next week, y'all get y'all ass cut by Ole Miss. I don't think that that's by happenstance. I don't think that's by accident. 28-10 is an ass cut, let me tell you.
No, it's not. Did you watch the game? I'm sure you watched the game. The game was,
yes.
Shout out to the defense, because the defense played about as well as you could possibly play in that environment with the offense doing absolutely nothing the entire game. But I'll let you finish because I got a lot to say. So, I'm not discounting your opinion. You are more than welcome to believe that Florida, and there's a high chance we still could have lost. Now, Billy Napier can make anything happen as long as he's not winning. So you're right. Billy could have tricked it off, but he was never given the opportunity. You come back the very next week and score 10 points and lose to Ole Miss. I at least think it's reasonable to say that Georgia is trending negatively right now. They need to figure something out. And, I mean, Carson Beck ain't it. Their offense looks questionable. And overall, I'm just overjoyed with the lack of success that they've had over the last 2 weeks. Yeah. Well, you know you're a loser. So Georgia did lose 28.
I told you I was misery and I was looking for company. Come on down, my boy.
Oh, I'm not miserable. The game,
Not yet. Y'all
it was
got
very
couple
difficult.
losses.
It was very difficult for me to think that we were going to come in here and win. I actually was going to pick Georgia to win, but I was not confident in it at all. Unfortunately, the police came to my house on a manhunt for somebody else during Saturday Morning Live. If you go back and look, I just had to end it right then and there. I went full black man, like, hey, what you doing at my house?
And I'm gonna tell, and the way that he got off the camera was so crazy. I was like, I had to text him like, bro, are you okay?
I didn't respond for like 30 minutes. I was like, no.
Because of the sketchy way that he got off. He was like, hey, and I'm going. And I'm like, wait, hold on. And then he responds back with a photo of a police cruiser, and not like the police cruiser.
No,
the
they had
SUV.
Cujo. They had Cujo out there. I was like,
when they come get you in the SUV, that means they plan to get more than one person, and it's a dog in the third row. So everybody act accordingly, or you will be a bit ass. So yeah, that was that boy Reggie slid.
I was like, no, sir, we don't play those games. But as I was saying, the last time Georgia lost in the SEC was to Ole Miss in Oxford, if I'm not mistaken. They lost to Ole Miss outside of Alabama. They always say outside of Alabama because we lose Alabama, but we're like 52-0 to everybody else. I was not confident in Carson Beck. For the first time, I could see Mike Bobo scared to call plays. Normally, Mike Bobo doesn't call a good game because he's just a terrible offensive coordinator. But he's actually called pretty good games this season, all year. If you noticed, I ain't really said nothing about Mike Bobo the whole year. Carson Beck was just he coached him.
His little draft capital right now.
He a third round pick. They coached him like he was a game manager. So, and when they said they did a little, he hadn't thrown an interception, and I called it. I was at Josh's house for the game night, and I called it. They said Carson Beck hasn't thrown. He just had to come to. I forgot. I'm gonna paraphrase. He said that he just let go of everything. He was pressing, trying to be really good, and he finally is at a place of being at peace, and he's just gonna go out there and do whatever the team needs him. I said, boy, he about to throw an interception right now that y'all threw that. And let me tell you, 2 plays later, 2 plays. I said, that's an interception, and it was an interception. I was like, oh, it's a wrap. And so Ole Miss, and shout out to Ole Miss, Jackson Dart. You need to go ahead and go to the league and get your money because that redshirt freshman they got, I forgot all about him. This is a callback to the Splash Cast season 1. Ole Miss signed a 16-year-old senior in high school.
Yeah, boy, you right. Who just
was
been
16.
on campus since he was like 12.
Yeah, and he ended up going to Ole Miss, and he redshirted. But he was so good that they offered him at like 14, and he committed, and he graduated 2 years early. So he's just been on Ole Miss campus. He's a redshirt freshman. He came in that one drive. I was like, oh, he better than Jackson Dart. He the best quarterback out here, period. He went right down the field and scored a touchdown. Our defense was like, who is this black person playing quarterback for Ole Miss? But then the Jackson Dart came back.
I think Jackson Dart is actually a pretty solid.
I'm not saying he's not good. I think he was good. But dude, when he came in there, I was like,
before your replacement, don't mess around and get tapped on the shoulder.
He threw the ball on the run 40 yards on a dime. I said, oh no, Jackson Dart you need to go. So they played and they went down and scored. And our defense, what kept me having hope was our defense held them to a field goal. Turnover, held them to a field goal. 4th down. I was like, oh, bro, our defense playing. Like, at that point, I was like, ain't nothing they can do.
Yeah.
And then we went down, and then second half, Carson Beck just. Now, I will say, Trevor Etienne, I think, carried the ball 6 times. That rib injury is doing a number on him. Shout out to Ole Miss, man. If you can't recruit, go to the portal. They got that defensive line that they bought. Walter Nolan and Prince, I can't say his last name, from Florida. Bruh.
Ulamalian.
Those?
Yeah.
And number 15. Them 3, Walter Nolan, Ulamalian, and number 15. They was just batting the ball down. They like 6'6", 6'5", 6'4". I was like, bro, they are crazy.
They look like they should be playing for the Jacksonville Jaguars.
And they look good. And now our offense, I mean, Carson Beck, you got to go. And Georgia, you're going to have to hit the portal. If you ain't got a quarterback if you ain't got a quarterback better than Carson Beck on the roster, then you need to go get a whole new quarterback room, because Carson Beck is awful. He's bad. And he's shell-shocked. His confidence is gone. So, with that being said, we are still
leave him.
Well, he's a senior. He can't stay. We are still. I think we're number 11 in
red shirt. Bring him back.
College foot. He's 23. Like, he can't red shirt no more.
That be the average age of y'all quarterback anyway. Stetson Bennett, y'all.
Whatever. You think Jackson Dart young? Come on, he played at USC for 2 years. You remember that?
But the other part about that is Stetson Bennett somewhere like,
y'all miss me now. Stetson Bennett looking like George Bush. Like, you thought I was bad. Look at you now.
Before.
Look at you now. But shout out to Ole Miss, man. It was a good game. I watched it. Like I said, we lost, and I'm not surprised we lost. Now we're still in it because everybody else lost, so we're still in it. And we play Tennessee next.
Shout out to Miami, you clowns.
Let's see. And like Kirby Smart said, welcome to the SEC, baby.
The other part about that, at least for me, is Lane Kiffin and what that means to Florida. If Florida came out and said basically that they're going to keep Billy Napier
for a year,
which kind of, Lane was the front runner, and I think that he probably would have taken that Florida job because it's a step up as far as pedigree.
He's now, take it. You missed it, huh? You talking as if you don't know. Lane only signed a 1-year extension. His extension ends after next year, the same time when they make a decision as Billy.
Yes. Oh, so you're saying this is really like another – this will be a conversation again next year.
I think Lane knew that they were going to extend Billy a year because he signed that extension after the Georgia game. I think Lane knew that they knew that they couldn't fire Billy after DJ Lagway got hurt. And after DJ Lagway threw that touchdown. That one touchdown saved Billy's job and the injury. So after they knew that, if you look at the timeline, Lane went and signed the extension like that Monday, and then they announced it like Thursday that Billy's coming back.
Oh, so you telling me he's just hovering? He waiting on my moment.
Oh yeah, I don't want to stay.
Hey, I know y'all gonna break up. I just want to be the first call when y'all break up.
Is you happy?
Yeah.
Is you happy? You happy?
Come on, Clifford. Come on, Clifford. But yeah, so that's the backstory to me, is the whole Lane Kiffin Florida Gator dance, which is interesting because you also got guys like Cincinnati who coaching as well.
But he like 60. They ain't gonna get no old dude. Lane is like you said, Lane what you need. Lane's little Spurrier. That's what you need. Yeah. And he doing exactly what he doing at Ole Miss, is what Spurrier did at Duke.
And him beating Georgia should have been the let's move on from Billy right there to me. Like, that's the one thing that but I know what this really is. Everything is about managing DJ at this point, and I get that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you don't want to lose DJ because DJ gonna come right to Georgia. There's a need, and if you fire Billy, he's gonna come right to Georgia, right up the road.
And no, because you already got the last guy.
So he ain't better than Carson. We don't care. Open competition.
I mean, yeah, sure, but no. What was the kid who was at Florida who he's suing? Yeah, I don't know if I'm DJ if I go there and compete with him. That doesn't make a ton of sense to me either.
The way I've seen Kirby operate, I don't think it would be a competition. The way Kirby be operating, he be super loyal. If he give you his word, he gonna play you.
Yeah,
Cash Jones. Jake, what's the white dude? Jake,
all them defensive backs and stuff, y'all.
All them 5 stars we got. We playing Dan Jackson. And I like Dan. I mean, you play hard, but bro, it's a 5-star at 6'3", 230 that run a 4.2.
Yeah,
Out there waiting on you to get out of here.
He's playing you because he respects you. That's it. Just know that.
Yeah,
that's it.
And before we move on, man, shout out to Jake Pope, man. He's not going to be encouraged to transfer. He is a 5-star safety from. He transferred from the University of Alabama after Nick Saban left. He's from Buford, Georgia. He is actually really good. And
I was about to say, Buford. I ain't know that part.
Hey, he's come on really, back, man. Really, really good. And so he was seen celebrating after the win with, it looked like Ole Miss fans, but he released a statement and said it wasn't Ole Miss fans. It was actually family friends, and they never saw him play. And all of those things. So he said a whole lot of statement. He said basically, I'm committed to Georgia, go Dogs. Kirby Smart said, man, what an idiot. Kirby Smart called that man an idiot.
And I think that
he's gonna transfer though.
At first, you think he is?
If your coach calls you an idiot on,
I mean, it depends on your relationship with said coach. There's two ways to take that idiot. That's I really love this kid. He's just an idiot. He did something stupid. And then there's, I think that this guy is an idiot, and what he did was dumb.
He said it the first way. He didn't say it the second way.
Yeah, I mean, if that's the case, there's a way to get that off and it be endearing. Or it's a way to be like, yeah, you're stupid, and give me your jersey.
Hey, Florida State link. Need you to fix that. So let's move on to Florida. Or you got it twice, I guess. Down to Notre Dame. You just say tab 1. I click it. But
just open the first Florida, and then I'll get the score. That's not a problem.
And then Florida F-ball fuckery.
Yeah, click that one.
That's the one that works. So every Florida FBS and FCS team that played Saturday lost, including FAMU. Florida State lost. Florida lost. And it was a rough weekend in the Sunshine State. Florida State is 1-8 in the ACC this year. They were 90-6 from 1992 to 2003 under Bobby Bowden. They lost 6 games in 9 years in the ACC. I know Alabama has been dominant, and they're always going to be viewed as better than Florida State because Florida State only won those 2 national titles. And Alabama, Nick Saban won 8 or whatever, 7, however many they won. But
you were dealing with Miami and you were dealing with Florida.
And Clemson, Woody Dantzler and all them teams.
Yeah,
90-6 is, and Georgia Tech had Calvin Johnson, Joe Hamilton, Tashard Choice. They had all them players. 90-6 in 11 years is insane. 1-8 in 1 year after being ranked number 3 is insane. Florida State is just down bad. It's ugly in Florida State. When did this happen?
This is that's it. That's what happened this weekend.
Florida State played Notre Dame. They didn't even show the score of this game. 52-3. And they played them at home.
And you know that Notre Dame is trick bag. You losing to a trick bag team 52-3 is indicative of how terrible you are, how the mighty have fallen. Now, I do, and I've heard where Norvell, there are a lot of guys in the pros who are shooting for that OC and DC job.
He fired everybody. He fired the line coach, which they now have just lost their highest rated recruit because they fired the offensive line coach. They fired Dugans, who is part of that Florida State 93 team. 99 team. They fired him. He fired basically his entire offensive staff, if I'm not mistaken. Which is always the last
you
thing
gotta
before
purge
you get fired. Yeah, because you about to get fired.
Yeah, and if it's me or you, then it is surely you first. I do think that I don't know, man. I think maybe the best thing for sometimes the best thing to do is just cut bait. I think we did that with McElwain, where he had coached a couple decent seasons and then he just lost the team and then they just parted ways with him. I think that this is probably a very similar situation, but I bet that the tab on cutting him and cutting bait with him now, it probably costs too much for you to even be able to do it comfortably.
Yeah, I think they're just gonna bide their time for him. I think they can. Most of these contracts are set up for 2 to 3 years. He'd be in year 3 next year, where he's probably gonna get most of his money, and the buyout will be digestible. You'll be able to say, okay, we can digest a $20 million buyout. I mean, look at Texas A&M. They bought out old boy Jimbo for $70-something million. And now they're number 2 in the SEC. So
that situation had got untenable though. They had gotten to the point where
in the locker room.
we smoking in the locker room. We've already promised this man $100 million, and he can't coach us to even get into the
Alabama,
SEC
though.
championship. Yeah, but
they did beat Alabama, and they still fired him. You beat your arch nemesis, and they still fired you.
yeah, but you got to do something else too. Like that was always my thing was, y'all promised that man a lot of money. That's a ton of money. No, you got to do something more. You got to go home. One of the two, my boy. We ain't doing both for sure.
So Florida stayed down bad, but Florida got faith. Right before the game against Texas, it was announced that Florida has announced that Billy Napier will remain the head coach for the 2025 season, meaning Billy will come back.
I would rather you get on the plane to hell and go on the jump seat to make sure that you get on the flight. I had never seen somebody so happy to hit send on a post.
I sent it 3 times. I sent it to every group. I said, let me send it to the Facebook group. Go follow, like, and subscribe to the Facebook group for the Splashcast. I said it in the. If you want to be part of the group, the talk on Instagram or Threads, follow us there. I send it everywhere. It's on Threads, Twitter, X, whatever you want to call it, Instagram chat, Facebook. I said, look, because Norwood was just convinced that, hey, a win-win. I win, baby. Isn't that what you said? I win either way. I win if we lose, and I win if we win. Well, let me tell you something. There's a third scenario that you did not see where you lost. You lost when you played, and you lost because Billy's staying another year. Now, you do get to keep DJ because that's the only reason that he's back is because DJ Lagway like him. That's the only reason. So you get to keep DJ, which is what you asked for. So, essentially, you're winning. You asked to keep DJ, but I told you DJ and Billy are joined at the hip.
That is definitely worst case scenario for me. It's no way around that. Florida, innately, when they have a good quarterback, we have good seasons, no matter what. Every time that we've had a legitimate quarterback, immediately the switch comes on. We have a good season. Even as far as like a guy
quarterback.
Now, that causes a problem for me because that means that it's more Billy Napier than Florida. Because even when we had Kyle Trask, who was not Billy Napier, Kyle Trask had us top 10. That like we ended the season like 7 or 8 that year with Kyle Trask and Kyle Pitts.
Yeah, but y'all had a lot more than just Kyle Trask and Kyle Pitts too. No,
you're right, but Billy fucking sucks, man. I hate Billy. I wish nothing but pain and strife in his life. Florida should have been fired him, and they won't. The athletic director is doing their damnedest to try to keep him around. And then we got our boots smoked by Texas, 100,000 to 3. And I don't understand.
After that, he said 42 to 3. 35-0 at halftime, 21-0 after the first quarter.
And look at Steven. Steven is disgusted. Look at
you know who that is behind him? That's his administrative assistant that told y'all, or his wife that said, don't release that statement until after the game. Don't release that statement. His wife, fine. His better half, don't release that statement until after the game. If you would have waited until after the game, you could have pressed delete. and just left it as
It's
that.
nothing worse than somebody reach in their pocket, give you their vote of confidence, and then you shit all over it. That's what you did. And
Texas shit it all over.
I am watching Texas destroy us, and they're a much better team than us. But it's like, why would you? Everybody looks stupid now. You look stupid for giving him the vote of confidence and then getting taken to the woodshed. And now you're like doubling down on dumb, which all of my teams love to do. Whoever the biggest problem in my life is who my team loves the most every time, 100% of the time. And now we're in this situation where we're probably going to lose more games, which
but DJ's hurt, which I told you when DJ hurt. I told you that was the worst thing that could happen to you because DJ got hurt. That gave him the excuse. So y'all could go out and lose 50-0 for the rest of the game, for the rest of the year. It don't matter because Billy can say, "Hey, we was up on Georgia 7-3."
But the thing is,
because you just said it, you just had a whole monologue last 10 minutes ago, like, "Hey, if DJ was healthy, we would have beat y'all." You know what you said, and that's exactly what Billy said to Steven.
Yeah, but you have to understand that we would have won in spite of. Billy Napier is not making us better. He's not doing anything other.
He made you better. He got you DJ Lagway. That made you better.
Reggie.
That made you better.
We play
did
LSU. No, it did not make us any better. We're 4-5. We're gonna lose to LSU this weekend. That makes us 4-6.
Yeah,
then we play Ole Miss, who's definitely not going to lose the second to the last game of the season. That's going to put us at 4-5, 4-6. And then guess what we get to end the season with?
Florida State.
Exactly. With no quarterback. And I know Norvell is going to be like, well, if last season, the end of my season did this to this season, then when I end this season, I need to end it with a bang so I go into next season feeling confident.
Yeah,
so they're gonna
beat the crap out of Florida State.
No. I'm saying Florida State could come beat Florida.
No, I think Florida gonna mess around and end up bowl eligible, and you're gonna be real sick.
And it's in Tallahassee.
On your own downfall.
Hell no.
That boy praying on his own downfall.
We're not gonna be LSU. We're not gonna be Ole Miss. That ain't happening, my boy. And then go ahead.
I ain't got no quarterback.
Yeah, and then click that. What you see right there, Ole Miss. They're one of the highest graded defense. With no quarterback, what are we gonna do?
Y'all
with
got
that?
the Yale grad transfer out there living his
Yale
Rudy dreams.
Freshman. He is a freshman, and he is in Gainesville now, like with a high-profile team because everybody's looking to see if your coach gets fired, and you're the guy who's supposed to protect your coach from getting fired, but you're also not good enough to do it. I hate all of my teams.
Well, at least you have the. I don't even know.
I love the Falcons.
You don't even have the.
I love the Falcons.
You don't even have the audacity of hope anymore. Your hope was that Billy would get fired.
Yeah, no, yeah. My hope is dashed.
Well, let's move on to the ACC. Shout out to Georgia Tech.
Let's move on to next season. How about that?
I told y'all. I said, hey, Georgia Tech gonna play Miami tough. I didn't think that Miami was gonna get beat, but Georgia Tech plays. They always play the ranked ACC opponents tough. They play Clemson tough. They play Florida State tough. This year just happened to be Miami. And what Miami couldn't do was Georgia Tech, what they can do, because you called it that, what we say on Saturday, that funky offense that they run is kind of like the spread veer that they run. They do a lot of ball control. So when Miami got down, they didn't get the ball but 3 or 4 times in the second half.
Exactly. The way that they play football, as much as athleticism matters, you have to be a really disciplined team, or eventually you're just going to revert to your normal, the way that you normally watch football. And that's going to be a problem when you play this type of offense. But the problem is you don't get exposed to this type of offense other than playing Florida State. So it's not even something that you feel comfortable with. It's like we used to play a team Thompson, and they used to run the wing. I mean, like the wishbone wing T. And you're like, bro, I'm practicing against more what I would consider like pro style offenses. And then you come to this one team that does this one thing, but this is their thing and they kill it. You just stuck and whoop.
Yeah. And then Georgia Tech is good to have a linebacker with the double neck roll in 2024. Effort was out there laying Miami out. Now, Miami did get a targeting penalty where they destroyed. They destroyed Georgia Tech's running back. One player twisted his helmet all the way around with a face mask, and then the other guy, I don't think it was targeting. I just think he hit him too hard and his helmet popped off. But at that point, he did leave the crown of the helmet.
Don't hit me too hard. That's what I'm going to ask you not to do here.
And Cam Ward, that Miami offensive line has not been good. Cam Ward just knows how to navigate the pocket. Georgia Tech's defensive tackles played a hell of a game. All they did was collapse the pocket, and Cam Ward couldn't do any running or any of that stuff. And I will say, Georgia Tech has been really well coached. They were really, really well coached. That coach is pretty good.
They're another team that successful season. If you don't win any more games, you slap Florida State in the face. You set the tone for the season. And then you also, I mean, Miami's still in it. They're like them in Georgia are like 11-12 in everything that I see. So they're still technically holding on to playoff hopes. But if you get those type of wins with this team, nothing but respect here across the board.
They're doing well in recruiting too. They got a 5-star D tackle. They got the highest rated person they've ever had, including Calvin Johnson. So I mean, they're doing some recruiting. They're more battling for the title of Atlanta because Georgia State is right there. But yeah, the ACC is so volatile right now. It's kind of up for the taking. So they're doing well.
And I'm a firm believer. I mean, y'all got all them engineers, bro. They make money. Y'all need to be like SMU. Buy yourself into it. Just buy it. Pay for it. Y'all should be able to raise $100 million in 7 days too. Y'all got it somewhere.
Nah, engineering money and oil money, two different things, good brother. I can tell you.
You right, but them Georgia Tech people got money too now, for sure.
But they ain't got oil money. Don't nobody in Georgia got Texas oil money. Not that's from here. We ain't got no oil.
I don't care. I don't care where you came from. Where did you come from? Where did you go? I need you here now. You should be here now.
Yep. And Tennessee beats Mississippi State 33-14 in a game that we knew that was going to happen.
Yeah.
Not really impressive, but it sets up this weekend, though. Sets up this week. We'll get to it. We'll get to it. So Tennessee is now the number one team in the SEC. So the number one team in the SEC has been Alabama. Well, it was Georgia. Georgia lost to Alabama. It was Alabama. Alabama lost to Vanderbilt. It was LSU. It was Texas A&M and LSU were tied. It was LSU. They lost to Texas A&M. It was Texas A&M. They lost to South Carolina. It was Georgia. They lost to Ole Miss. And now Tennessee is the new number one in the SEC. And what I'm saying is we are now on a 5-week stretch where the number one team in the SEC has lost, which is good for me. So Tennessee is now the number one team in the SEC, and they are going to be ranked inside the probably top 5 now. Going forward. So they won.
Yeah, they're in a very weird space where
we know they're not good. But their defense is good.
I feel like they're like Clemson before Clemson won a championship, where it's like, I'm not even gonna say that they're not good. It's just that when it's time to win, you guys, I don't think that you guys got whatever it takes to win. So that means you lose. And then immediately you get Georgia this weekend. Right as soon as you ascend to the mountaintop, then you get a team, which there's two ways to look at it. You got a team that's trending negatively and played a bad, first quarter, first half against Florida, and then played a bad game against Ole Miss, that they may be wounded. Or they might be desperate because they're hanging on to their playoff hopes here. They know if they lose, they're out. It's a dangerous team to play because you don't know exactly what you're going to get. And they're still experienced enough that the players on that team know what it takes to win big games. So hey, whatever you do this week of practice, you better make it a good one for sure.
We'll see. And speaking of a team that's wounded, Alabama came in, and this was de facto a playoff game. LSU was favored to win this game against Alabama. Alabama's number 11 at the time. LSU was number 15. LSU, even though they had their struggles this year, Alabama has seemed like they had more. Well, Alabama went there and just decided not to throw the ball no more and ran the ball with Jalen Milroe, and he ran for 4 touchdowns, and they won 42-13. Jalen Milroe, I mean, he had 294 total yards, I think, or 294 passing yards, no touchdowns, 100-something yards rushing, and 4 touchdowns. He outscored LSU by himself. We watched this game, and I was like, oh, this is going to be over quick. It was like 21-0. I said, oh, okay, well, LSU obviously is not here. Brian Kelly, my question, though, how long does LSU stick with Brian Kelly? Because 42-13 against a supposed Alabama team that's not as good as they've been in the past does not bode well for you.
I mean, I feel like that's kind of the SEC this year more than ever, where nobody has the depth they've had in the past. You don't look at Alabama and say, oh, they got the next 3 years of top wide receivers. It's like, nope, you got 1.5 guys over there. Same kind of way I look at you guys. There are not a bunch of guys over there on their offense, and I'm like, oh, this is the future of the NFL. Like the defense, I'm still super afraid of. I think that y'all still got probably 4 or 5 like real NFL monsters, but the offense ain't like that. Carson Beck, which the quarterback is a little different because y'all never really had that like have a world beater quarterback, but the running back don't look like it's looked in the past, and the receiver room don't look like it's looked in the past. But that's across
Georgia?
the board, I think.
Oh yeah. Georgia's a little different. The running back room did look good. Everybody hurt. Receiver room, we've never had great receivers. I mean, our best receiver in the last 10 years was Ladd McConkey, and then before that, it was AJ Green. You can't name no other Georgia receivers in between there. Before that is what, Hines Ward. So I mean, when you think about Georgia receivers, you could think like Chris Connolly, but you don't know who he is. I know who he is. Like,
nah, y'all had Pickens. Who's the other?
Oh yeah, George Pickens. But yeah, George Pickens was hurt. But yeah, we had George Pickens. But I mean, outside of the Kirby Smart, those 2 years, outside of that, we ain't really had no great receivers. And Ladd was the number 1 receiver. I mean, also, you need to apologize to Ladd too. And Brock. Yeah, you do.
Brock.
You said Ladd was ass.
Brock.
You said Ladd McConkey, and he out here leading the rookies.
No, but what did I tell y'all about them wide receivers? Justin Herbert he is right on the cusp of being in that category of those guys.
I don't know what that means.
So, no, I'm not giving it to him. Brock Bowers, hey, I was unfamiliar with your game. And I wasn't unfamiliar. I just didn't think you was going to be able to do what you're doing. Yeah, that I don't have an answer. When I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I want to be loud and right. I was wrong about Brock Bowers. Loudly wrong, incorrect, erroneous.
He gonna be Shador Sanders' best friend.
Yeah.
But yeah, speaking of, we were talking about the ACC earlier. The SMU Mustangs have bought. Let me tell you something. If there's 2 teams in the offseason that made the best moves, it was SMU buying their way into the ACC and Colorado buying their way out of the Big 10 into the Big 12. Both of those teams look like they have made the best decisions you could make. SMU is now first place in the ACC, and I really don't think they're going to lose again. I don't know their schedule, but they've got to be favored. They may have to play Miami in the ACC championship, but they got to be favored to win every game going forward unless they play Clemson. Shout out to SMU. They're number 1. And
money talks. Money talks.
Imagine telling someone in the preseason that BYU and SMU would be the top of the Big 12 and ACC. Would you have believed that?
No, never in a million years. And I still don't want to believe it. I'll be completely honest. I just don't like it. I don't like that you could just be like, you know what? Here's a ton of money. Now my team is good. But that seems to be it.
Yeah, man. And like I said before, and like you reiterated, dog, that parity, that money now takes away the depth. Alabama don't have 3 rotations like that. And honestly, again, shout out to Florida State, man. They are the architects of this style of recruiting football and playing football. You have to give it to Bobby Bowden, Mark Richt, and Mickey Andrews. Them in Florida they turned all of their defensive ends to defensive tackles. They turned all of their outside linebackers into defensive ends. They turned all of their safeties into linebackers, and they turned all of their DBs that couldn't catch, but they hit hard into safeties. And they just outran you. And now that's what we're playing with now. You have guys that are playing linebacker that are 221 pounds. But that's how it is at SMU. And basically Florida State would have that A squad, B squad, C squad. And I remember because Mickey Andrews' famous quote was, "They got to get the diaper dirty eventually." So he would always play freshmen, and he would just rotate in 8 people at a time on defense, which was unheard of. So now Alabama does it. Florida State used to do it. Georgia does it. Florida never really did that.
There's not a bunch of reasoning to wait your turn anymore like it was before. All right, well, I'll sit here and your money. Exactly.
Hell no.
Where before you'd be like, you know what? I'm in there with TJ Yeldon and Mark Ingram and Derrick Henry. I'll just wait my turn, and eventually my turn will come. Now it's like, oh, I'm good. I want $1 million. I'm not waiting for anything.
Yeah, the NCAA is trying to put something on it though, because they
put my money in my hand.
The NCAA is trying to slow down the money because now, and if you remember, this is a callback to the coach to when we talked about players were demanding $10,000 to even go on an official visit even to go to campus. And now the NCAA
expense paid
plus $10,000, and now the NCAA is like, nah, you can only bring. I forgot what the time period is. It's basically 1 person per day. Like you can only have 70 visits between 90 days or something like that. So
I don't like that at all.
I mean, but what they're trying to do is they're trying to regulate this because this spun out of control so fast. Like,
that's their fault though.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's the reason I don't care about any of what happens is you had 100 years to fix this and you never decided to fix it. So now it's a problem. Because these kids they're manipulating the system like you manipulated them.
I'm not saying I don't like it. I'm just saying that's what the rules and regulations. They're gonna try to get back some type of control. I don't know if they can though. Yeah. But moving on, let's talk about the Heisman. Travis Hunter, right back at the number 1. Now that Cam Ward really fumbled. He is now number 3. Ashton Genty is number 2. I don't think Travis Hunter will win it because I don't think people like Colorado. And I don't think people like Deion. I think they're going to penalize him for that. Ashton Genty is at Boise State. His numbers
209 yards and 3 touchdowns this Saturday.
Yeah, and they give him the ball like 50 times a game. Like they run him like Derrick Henry. They ran Derrick Henry in high school. Like they just give
20
him
carries, 20 carries, 209 yards. You're right, but
no, that was this game. Last game he had like 39 touches for 187 yards, and I was like,
one thing that I'm like, hey man, like, don't run the wheels, like, yeah, like that's my thing, like, bro, don't run the wheels off of this kid trying to do whatever you guys are trying to do.
So who's your Heisman favorite right now?
I think that, I mean, I don't hate either one of these guys at 1 or 2. I don't think that anybody else is still even in the conversation anymore.
I can't believe Dylan Gabriel isn't higher. You're the quarterback of the number one team. Now I think you are penalized because you transferred 1, 2, 3 times now. But I can't believe you're not higher. You're the quarterback of the number one team, and you just broke the record for all time passing touchdowns in a college career. Normally, those two get you as a finalist, at least a finalist. I think it's only 3 finalists. So right now, you're not even a finalist, and I can't. But I'm surprised that he's not.
He holds the record for like most passing touchdowns ever in college football, something like that. He broke this.
He just broke it. He just broke it this weekend.
Yeah, 179, 180. But Travis deserves the Heisman for his great play on offense and defense. Ashton Jeanty is just putting up video game numbers. I'm not upset with either one of them winning the Heisman.
Yeah, I'm not saying. It's just,
Yeah.
Good talk. I think, to me, Travis Hunter should be the leader, though, because he looks like, and shout out to Shador. I think Shador should be higher, but Travis Hunter is doing things that we haven't seen done since Charles Woodson, right? We haven't seen, or
no,
maybe we'll even say Charles. We'll say Champ Bailey.
No, neither one of those guys. Yeah. Neither one of those guys were like, why? He's one for all intents and purposes for their team. The other guys were like, hey, I'm a defensive player, but I'm good enough to kind of do some spot duty at wide receiver. No, Travis is a big part of their offensive game plan. I've never seen a guy ever be this active on offense and defense. I've never seen that before.
He's averaging like 100 plays.
That's the reason I'm like, yeah, like that's.
He don't get tired. He don't never seem tired.
Never. And he's played 2 seasons, a ton of games, a ton of minutes, and never tired. And which I really like.
And he don't play soft neither. Like, he be causing fumbles.
No.
He be laying people out. I be like, dog, I know.
He's a sniper.
He's a beast.
Yeah, he's a beast, man. He's a sniper. Like, he's a ball hawk, too. It's not like he's just a guy who, hey, I'm a lockdown corner like a lot of guys. Like, not a lot of guys, but you have that. He is a lockdown corner and a ball hawk. I'm going to either cause a fumble or I'm going to get an interception. And I'm still going,
run past you and score a touchdown.
Yeah. I got a couple touchdowns for you, too. I got at least 2 of those for you.
And before he got hurt, they had him returning punts. I was like, dog, like, he'll never come off the field. He's a pro. I would give it to Travis Hunter personally. AP poll.
I don't hate that for sure.
AP poll was just released. Oregon number 1, Ohio State number 2, Texas number 3, Penn State number 4, Indiana. Forgive me, they've never been that high in my lifetime. Tennessee, BYU, Notre Dame, Alabama, Ole Miss to round out the top 10. The 11 and 12 is Georgia and Miami, followed by Boise State. But Boise State is going to end up, if this were the top 13, Boise State would jump 11 and 12 because they get the at-large bid for the group of 5. So the AP is interesting, and they would actually get like a number 4 or 5 seed because there's no Pac-2. So they would be like the number 4 seed, and Ohio State would be the number 5 seed at this point because of the Big Ten. Still a lot of football left. You still have the Big 10 championship game.
Tennessee has 1 loss or 2 losses.
1. They should have had 2, but y'all. Alabama,
so y'all,
Ole Miss.
Do you
Alabama,
think
Ole Miss, Notre Dame. I mean, we beat Tennessee. We right back in it. We beat Tennessee. We probably right back
Tennessee
up to
lost
number...
to Bama?
Yes.
So I'm trying to think.
No. Tennessee lost to Arkansas. Tennessee lost to Arkansas in Arkansas.
So if they lose to y'all, you think that if they 2 lost Tennessee, they still in the top 12, right? Just 12.
Because they beat Bama. So this is what I was talking about with the SEC that you could potentially have after the SEC championship game. If Georgia beats Tennessee, I'm not saying they will. I hope they will. But what I'm saying is this is just a scenario. If Georgia beats Tennessee and Tennessee wins out, they're 10-2. Georgia is 10-2. Alabama wins out, they're 10-2. Ole Miss wins out, they're 10-2. I don't know who's second at that point. I think Ole Miss would end up being second because they beat Georgia. But I believe Ole Miss would then end up playing Texas for the SEC championship game. There's a world where Ole Miss beats Texas in the SEC championship game, and Texas is 10-2, Alabama is 10-2, Tennessee's 10-2, Ole Miss is 10-2, SEC champ, and Georgia's 10-2. At that point, you still have 1, 2, 3, 4, possibly 5 people from the SEC,
which all deserve a spot.
And then you're gonna keep those. You're gonna keep those 4, which would be the Big 10 4. You're gonna keep them. You got to have the Big 12 plus Boise, Notre Dame, and BYU. I'm sorry, Boise, Notre Dame, and BYU. Yeah. So and one of them 3 ain't gonna make it because the ACC champ would be SMU, because that's an automatic bid. So one of these 10-2 teams from the SEC is gonna be crying, or Georgia's gonna end up losing and it'll be 9-3, and then that'll be the end of that. All of that scenario I went over, it doesn't matter. But if that happens, this is the worst case scenario for the top 12.
Boy, if y'all can't figure it out with 12 teams, give up.
Because if SMU beats Miami,
no. I mean, the other part about this is Ohio State plays Indiana.
Yes,
in 2 weeks.
But they're both under. Well, okay, if Ohio State loses, they would have lost to the number 1 team and the number 5 team. You're not gonna keep them out.
But then don't you have to play a Big 12 championship?
Big 10?
Yeah, Big 10 championship, excuse me.
It would be Oregon versus Indiana. You know what this does? This comes back to your scenario where
gets one of them out of there though.
This comes back to when you asked about, hey, not playing in the conference championship game may not be the worst thing possible.
Oh, you know how I feel about that. Let me be right below the guys who have to play in the championship.
Which is basically the top
place
8.
To be.
The top 8 will have to play minus Notre Dame. Minus Notre Dame. They were the only one team that not have to play in the conference championship. You know?
That's the team that needs to go.
And BYU still got to play Colorado in the championship game.
That is the team that needs to get out of there. It's got to be Notre Dame. They're the team.
They can't lose. They're not going to lose. Who they going to lose to? They don't play nobody else. USC?
That's the part. They play a 6. See, now this is what I like about them. They just stupid enough to lose to a 16th ranked Army.
No, they're not.
Or USC. They can lose to USC.
They can lose to USC. They can lose to USC.
3 games left. They will lose one of them.
But then that puts them at 10-2. That's another 10-2 team.
It don't matter. If they're 10-2, it's not like the rest of them. They don't have any because they don't have any respectable wins.
None.
Texas A&M and Louisville.
Number 15. Yeah, Texas A&M. Louisville beat in 15 and 22. Those 2 ranked wins.
But then look at
Be
everybody else.
BYU. That's got to be better than BYU.
BYU's going to be undefeated, so it won't be
allegedly. They got to play Colorado in the championship game. They're in the Big 12. Which there's a scenario where Colorado is 10-2 and a Big 12 champion, and BYU is 11-1 and a conference runner-up. What do you do then? Yeah. That means they're not going to put 5 SEC 10-2 teams and leave an 11-1 BYU team off. They're not going to do that. They're not going to do that.
Well, BYU. I mean, they got 2 top 25 wins. They got to win against SMU. They got to win against Kansas State.
I mean, all the SEC teams have top 25 wins. Like every one of them. Everyone in this
Yeah,
picture.
that's the
all
reason
of them.
I'm saying is you're gonna have to step it up from top 25 wins to like top 10 wins. A top 20 win don't really mean nothing no more. That's where I think the difference is for a lot of these teams is who have you played and won? Who have you played in the top 10 and who have you beat in the top 10? A lot of these teams haven't played or beat anybody in the top 10.
South Carolina ranked number 23. Missouri still holding strong at 24. Ah, man, nobody cares about y'all.
Nah, once you pass 15, they don't care about none of that. Army is not the 16th best team in college football. I don't care what nobody says.
No, I would have put Colorado there.
That's sick. Yeah, I think
that's
Colorado
Veterans Day. That's for
troops.
Veterans Day.
Yeah,
for Veterans Day.
Now, and don't forget, Washington State they only got one loss.
Yeah, but they play in the Pac-2. Who they played?
I agree. No. I'm saying that I think that they're better than. I think the Army is not a top 25 team. I think it's disrespectful to put them in the top 25. To be completely. Other than beat Notre Dame.
We about to go to war. Do you know who's in office now? We about to go to war. They trying to make the troops look good. Come join the Army and play football, not knowing you about to be part of Operation Shield. Like,
yeah, that was my show. I used to love me some Shield.
Yeah, until you start understanding that stuff.
Me and you, we have an interesting weekend here. You guys play Tennessee. And
Georgia,
we play
Tennessee,
LSU.
Florida, LSU.
This is our opportunity to play spoiler and try to ruin somebody's day, but we won't. And UGA versus Tennessee, if y'all lose, your season is over.
Yeah, it's a wrap. Which is what it is.
If you lose,
three,
I have you lose three, you deserve to go home.
I have no confidence in Carson Beck. I have zero. So if we beat Tennessee, it's gonna be on the back of the defense. And the defense can only play, I think they were on the field for, let's see, there's 15, 60. I think they're on the field for 40 minutes, 42 minutes against Ole Miss. I don't think we can, Carson Beck going to have to, whatever funk he thought he got out of, he going to have to figure it out because Tennessee got a good defense. They got a great defense, and they've been waiting to beat us this year because we beat them so bad last year and the year before.
Y'all better have
They've been waiting to beat us.
That players only meeting like the Texans did. It didn't work. But yeah, you got to figure something out. You got to figure something out. It's a must-win game.
Meeting. Devontae done had that. Them don't work. Nah, they trying to get Carson out of there. Yeah, Carson gonna throw for 500 yards. Watch and go make you look.
Yeah,
like
that's the thing is which is possible with him. It's not that he's the terriblest all the time. It's just that he is exactly
that confidence.
This game, like the Florida LSU game, is more for entertainment purposes. The game that y'all are about.
Don't y'all fight all the time? I just want to see y'all fight. Y'all fight every year.
The last time we did anything, that boy threw that boy cleat, and then we've been terrible ever since. So no, behave. Yeah, one thing y'all better do is behave.
Yeah, I did throw
go
that
out
cleat.
here, and I need y'all to be. Wilson. Yeah, I need y'all to be on your best behavior because the last time we misbehaved, we never bounced back from it. To be completely honest, so yeah, that's what that is. But that Florida Tennessee game, that's the frustrating part that the SEC doesn't get nearly enough credit for. Is that every week the SEC provides you with the best game to watch.
Welcome to the SEC, baby. That's what Kirby said. Shout out to Kirby. Hey, man, Kirby was realistic. He was like, bro, do y'all see our schedule? He was like 10-2 going to be great. And then Florida was like, hey, we just trying to survive.
And the other part about it is, the SEC. Oh, that's what I was going to say. The rest of the games this week are not really that great. This is not a good college football week.
No, because it's the week before rivalry week.
Yeah, I was about to say, this is the week where everybody's like, oh, no, we chilling.
Yeah, bro, Texas, Arkansas, in Dallas.
I think
Clemson,
Bama plays
Pitt,
Mercer.
Utah, Colorado. That's going to be a good game. Bama, Mercer, Purdue, Penn State. Penn State, you better not lose that game. SMU versus Boston College could be an interesting game because they play defense at Boston College. Notre Dame is good to trick it off versus Virginia.
I agree. But
Missouri,
there's just
South
nothing.
Carolina is going to be a good game.
It doesn't really have sure to watch,
top
but
25 is
it
ass.
doesn't.
BYU gonna lose to Kansas.
It's
It's gonna happen. I ain't calling it yet because I got to see how it plays out for a week.
I'm betting with BYU until proven otherwise. Trick me.
Oh, you going with the Celestials? You going with the Celestials?
Yeah. I don't know what he talking about. I ain't never heard
you need
of
to go,
none of that.
read how what.
Nope.
Mormons think.
I don't need to do anything.
Ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end of the college football.
I wish
segment.
y'all the best of luck. Congratulations. Whatever.
We'll
y'all
be right back.
say,
Y'all go get a beverage.
Nope.
Huh?
I want to close this out. Number one, with once again thanking the University of Georgia for.
Yeah, What you don't know is that I cut off Norwood's microphone as soon as he said I want to thank it. So none of that will be recorded.
This is my first time sipping. Don Julio 70.
Still pour without measuring.
My soul fresh, that's heavenly.
Don Julio 70.
Streets watching in 7D.
Each Glock come with 17.
Bang, 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 bang. I'm like 3 Chief Keys, fuck up on my face, you ain't gang, gang. Emancipation Proclamation, slave to the paper, man. It's ironic the chain hang.
Big rocks clashing like Jay and Dane. About to re on the yay. R.I.P. Actors Tequila today.
Needless to say, I'm really a scientist that's related to Drankenstein. It's alive. Ha ha ha.
Trap still jumping, come by my spot. All my life I've been on my grizzly. Got 12 on me, but I'm not Ja.
Nigga, get around on that side.
Don Julio 70.
This flow's grown in the Medellin.
LA to Chi-Town, Pat Beverly.
Don Julio 70.
I'm who your whole
She
messaging.
get the baby shower, no registry.
Bang, bang, bang. Pops with a spoon, soul crack out my mom's living room.
Up and down the track like an interlude. Still in the hood like an inner tube. Sneaker in this bitch.
Women tennis shoe. Yeah, little nigga, I said it. Cash on deck, but niggas got credit. All my ops did it. Shot it prosthetic.
Took my third leg all in her head. Off of them meds, no insurance.
Now she gotta wait to see me.
Get you some patience, sweetie. Like Diamante, Andale.
No te pero coopers, we geeking. You won't need no chasing when drinking this.
Don Julio 70.
Hoes call me Bay, no Chesapeake.
Got Blanco, got Ebony's.
Don Julio 17.
Nigga, don't you mean 70?
Goddamn, so that's on me. I don't need nothing else to drink the way I feel right now. Oh man, I'm about to taste my eggs. Something that I should never send.
Nigga, you better leave.
Oh shit, I'm on my way out.
Smile on my face, I don't need no stress. Roll it up first and the paddock up next. Hating ass nigga, no static, I'm blessed. I'm blessed, I'm blessed. Pull up, I don't even mean to flex, I flex. I'ma do anything to protect my check. I'ma do anything to respect my flesh, yes. Hit my dance in here. Sorry, don't you be alone, it's just my mans in them. Geeked up at the bar, dropping bands in here. I be like, fuck your couch, nigga, standing here. Yeah, slimming in a two-series Beamer. Walking out the Ferrari and coupe where I need him. New ghost, how I like boot when I see him. Say shit hot like goose, till I
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen, with our NFL portion of our football segment of episode 166 of the Splashcast Monday Night Raw. Got a few things we're going to talk about today, man. We're going to start out with, before we get to the Falcons, we're going to start out with, interesting, a stat that I didn't know. The Chargers rank number 1 in scoring defense this season after ranking in the bottom third of the league for the last 4 years under Brian Staley. The Jim Harbaugh effect is real. Who has it better than us? Nobody. Shout out to Jim Harbaugh. He's playing. He's coaching. I'm sorry.
The ability to turn around the defense in 1 year, it proves Staley. I don't want to blame you because you're an offensive guy, but I blame
No, he's
you
not. He's
for
a defensive
not
guy.
having-
Defensive guy. He got that job because he coached Aaron Donald.
Oh, you're right. You're right.
Mhm.
Well, you was just stealing then.
Sorry, I had to make sure you knew that before you gave him a
Thank
shot
you.
him some
Thank you for
bail.
clarifying that. Yeah. Yeah. You was just stealing. And that's what happens when you have a generational talent that you coach and you're not really that good. You're just the part that they want you to look. And that's life.
Yeah, man. So shout out to Jim Harbaugh, man. He's one thing them Harbaughs can do is coach. Chuba Hubbard, 4 years, $33 million extension, topped it off with a career game, which they won. So in Germany, now they did play a terrible team,
Munich. Yeah.
But
I mean,
shout out to Chuba Hubbard,
this
4
is-
years, $33 million. We're happy he deserved it.
This is perfectly fine for me. This is a team that's not really the greatest at this point. Chuba is good enough. You got a guy who has been with the program
Chuba's
for a
damn
minute
good.
now. I mean,
He's one cut. Good zone
Yeah.
blocking runner. Good zone blocking runner.
but you still don't think he's probably like top 10 at running back at this point.
He's not paid as a top. You keep throwing that top 10 crap
No,
at every
no.
conversation. He's not paid as a
When
top
I-
10 running back.
Yeah, correct. But that's what I say. When if I say that you're good, then I think that you're a top 10 player at your position.
Okay. You keep throwing that out
So,
there.
yeah.
So everybody, so number 11 to 15 ain't good. 11 to 20 ain't good.
No. 11 to 20, you mid. 20 to 30, you're looking to be replaced next season.
All right. Fine.
I mean, if you're a consistent bottom third player, yeah, we need to, whatever position you're at, we need to improve if you're going to start. Yeah.
Speaking of, I'm Calvin Ridley and I'm the Titans. I'm looking for a way. No, he's in Jacksonville. No, he's in Tennessee. If I'm Calvin Ridley, I'm looking at a way to get out of there. The Titans have dumped off 3 players in the last 2 years. Denard Hopkins, Derrick Henry, A.J. Brown. All pro.
Correct.
What's crazy is that they had all these players on one team. No, Denard wasn't there when A.J. was there. A.J. left and they got Denard afterwards.
Yeah, Hopkins and A.J. Brown was the first guy. He was there, the GM with Vrabel, and that's like what got him fired was them not re-signing A.J. Brown. Yeah, A.J. Brown go to the Eagles and immediately looks like a world beater. Derrick Henry was hey, we don't want to pay this guy this stage in his career, which due to this season looks amazingly stupid. And now Hopkins is going to be with Mahomes. It don't even have to look the best. It's just, I mean, we're all kind of waiting for them, number one, to eventually lose, you would assume. And you could end up with power in your face because they could win another Super Bowl.
What you skipped the biggest thing here. How in the hell, if you going to make a trade, do like they do the Falcons. You know, the Saints don't never trade nobody to the Falcons. The Bucks don't trade nobody to the Falcons. Anybody that has smoke with the Falcons, we don't trade nobody to us, and they don't trade nobody to them. We got to sign you in free agency. Y'all traded all these players to the Super Bowl champs, the AFC runner-up, the Super Bowl champs, and the Super Bowl runner-up. You traded 3 players to 3 teams. Now, the Eagles weren't Super Bowl champs today. No, they were champs. Then they got A.J. Brown. The Super Bowl,
correct.
You traded your best 3 players at whatever time period you want to say. Your best 3 players, you traded them to contenders. Why ain't y'all trading to San Diego? Or why ain't y'all trading them to Oakland or anywhere else?
That's the part where as a GM, you have to be very careful in the deals that you make. Because if your team isn't good, you're going to be blamed for not buying the right groceries. The thing that makes it even worse is if you had the groceries and gave them away. In this case, that's what it looks like.
Throughout that
Derrick Henry looks like, well, I don't think that Derrick Henry wanted to stay with the Titans either. That's a part of that situation.
Well, he wanted to win.
I think
and they were going to try to rebuild.
I think, so that one is a little unfair because the timelines didn't match up. Now, you probably should have went back into the bucket for a quarterback because I think
that ain't my point about trading them. My point is who you traded them to.
Yeah.
Well,
Henry signed, and what? No. Yeah, but
he signed. You could have done a sign and trade for $8 million.
Yeah, but the other thing is, like, when you got rid of your boy at quarterback, I hate to have to bring this guy up again, but Baker was available, and
they weren't gonna get Baker. They drafted Levis,
but before Levis, they had what was his name?
Malik Willis.
That's when Baker was playing bad. No, before Malik Willis.
Tannehill?
Yes. When you had Tannehill, Baker was playing bad. You could have had Baker and moved on from Tannehill.
Why would you go from Tannehill to bad Baker?
Well, I don't think that was bad Baker. I think that was.
You just said he was bad. You just said he was playing bad.
Yeah,
in the moment, you looking at hindsight. In the moment, why would you go from Tannehill to bad Baker?
I'm not looking at hindsight. They might be looking at hindsight. I've always thought that Baker was good. At every point, I said,
but you just said he was playing bad. What I'm saying is, why would you trade for a player who's playing bad? Why would you go bad to bad?
Oh, well, the reason that I would go bad to bad is because Tannehill was at the end of his career. So, yes. And then, like I believe, you could have got Baker for little or no money. And then, you could have tried him out. It's the same thing you did with Levis. And now you're going to end up getting rid of Levis.
Yeah, but you got Levis for cheaper. Baker ended up. The only reason Baker got a resurgence is because Matt Stafford got hurt. Don't forget that. Baker was a backup in Los Angeles, and he was not playing. And then
but he was always going to be a backup there. That was a rehab opportunity for him.
No. Matt Stafford got hurt. They signed Baker to come in. If you remember, he won that Thursday night game after getting there on Monday. He was there to be the backup. He was never there. So that game is the resurgence. So bad Baker on Tennessee's level with Tannehill, bad Baker was bad Baker. Nobody thought that Baker was going to start again. I'm sure nobody at Tennessee thought. I'm sure nobody at the GM.
That's the reason. You're right. I'm not qualified to talk about this because I always thought the Baker was good. I just thought he was in a bad situation. So yeah, for me, it looks like, now that it didn't work out that way, you're kind of picking it at the end.
What they look crazy with is Malik Willis going to the Packers and winning 3 games.
That too, but that's tricky because you don't have tape on him. You have a guy with LaFleur who's a really good offensive coordinator. Like I like Malik, but I think that Malik will look like Aiden O'Connell, or like he will look like, to me, a worse version of Aiden O'Connell and Gardner Minshew if you tried to sign him up for a full season. Or no, I think that he might look like some iteration of Desmond Ridder and Marcus Mariota, where it's like, all right, well, we tried this, and like some of this is probably good, but this is not tenable for us to go forward like with a team, especially now with veterans.
I don't necessarily agree with that because this goes into a bigger point of teams not developing quarterbacks anymore. Patrick Mahomes is the Steph Curry of this generation in terms of football. He has thrown a wrench in everything that you do. There is no more giving quarterbacks time to develop. The NFL does not develop quarterbacks anymore. So there's Malik Willis was a victim of being in Tennessee behind Scamahill, as you called him, with Mike Vrabel, Mr. 11 personnel. We gonna run the ball with Derrick Henry 80 times a game. He never developed as a quarterback. Just like if you look at any other every young quarterback is struggling. Every single young quarterback.
That's the reason
struggling.
I think they have to go back to quarterback development because it's just not working.
But where are you going to get developed? You don't get developed. There's no more development in college. You just transfer.
That's the other part is at the NFL, you're going to have to develop the quarterback because you're the end user. When you draft this guy, he's yours. Like as college, it's kind of like education is now. No child left behind. I'm not going to fail you. I got to put you in a position to whatever you can do well, we're going to do that and try to win games. And I'm trying to really sell you to the NFL so it looks like I put guys in the pros so I can have more people transfer to me. So you're right. But when you as the end user, as the team that draft this player, you're going to have to now make up for all the time that they didn't get to develop in a lot of these guys, high school and college, between reclassification, and they do as much transferring in high school as they do now. So you're right. Yeah. You might be at the first time that a lot of these players, like the kid in Florida we were just talking about, Rashida. He's been in 3 schools. You can't tell me he's developed yet.
Nope. Now Georgia, Mike Bobo is good at developing quarterbacks. So if he can, that would be one place to go. But to me, HBCUs, and we can get off of this because we got a lot to talk about, but HBCUs, that could be your niche. And y'all keep getting rid of the dudes that develop quarterbacks. Yeah. Grambling had one, and y'all fired him after a year and a half.
Yeah.
Like, if y'all can develop quarterbacks.
Somebody needs to call him and make, like, I don't know if he'll be a head coach or something, but he can definitely be a quarterback's coach for sure. And I'm talking about, like, hey, Florida call that guy. Him and Lagway would be great.
Yep. All right, man. You said you wanted misery because you are on the house, you are on the couch in misery, and you wanted company. Well, the Falcons, before we get to the game, shout out to Kirk Cousins. He's the midseason award winner for Comeback Player of the Year. If they make the playoffs and win the division, he's probably going to be Comeback Player of the Year coming back off the Achilles. So shout out to him. But it didn't matter this game. The Falcons lose 20-17.
Who else would be a candidate for Comeback Player of the Year? You got to be at least pretty decent. Yeah. You got to be pretty decent. You got to have some decent level of team success.
I don't know anybody that was out for the year
and you got to be out. That's the other part.
I don't know anybody that was out for the year that'll come back and be not I mean, Kirk got that one on lock now that you think about it.
Yeah.
But the Falcons lost to the Saints 20-17. Young Waku had, let me tell y'all something. If y'all don't believe in voodoo, that's fair. But it was something. My grandma called it a root. And she don't say root, she says rut. It's a root. It's a root somewhere over there. Somebody had a root on that stadium. Young Waku missed, I think he missed all his field goals. I think he made one. No, because 2017, he made one field goal. And missed 3. The Saints scored 2 touchdowns from Marquez Valdez-Scantling, who got there on Monday after being released and cut from the Bills. After signing there in the offseason, they cut him, and he ended up with the Saints, and they just told him, run down the field really, really fast. Justin Simmons got burnt, and he got burnt twice, actually. And Derek Carr, one thing he can do is throw the ball really far. Other than that, the defense played.
Don't forget about that Kamara pass that he just dropped. He dropped a touchdown.
Alvin Kamara dropped the pass that would have won the game. So the defense, the secondary probably played their worst game of the season because they didn't have the Saints. Kudos to the Saints. I'm going to say this because there was a lot of Saints fans, the Splashcast. I released that reel about them being sad after losing to the Panthers and all that. And they've been in my inbox talking a lot of trash. So I'm gonna go here. I'm gonna man up, and I'm gonna make sure I look in the camera and tell y'all that yes, y'all beat the Falcons, but don't nobody give a fuck that y'all beat the Falcons. I told y'all that this was gonna be y'all Super Bowl. Y'all still trash. Y'all been in my inbox. Y'all been in my text messages. I told y'all last week I don't care if y'all win. I said I don't care if y'all beat the Falcons. This is y'all Super Bowl. Y'all still trash. Y'all still boo boo, and all of that steroid juice and all that stuff y'all get caught up with left that coach's body when they won. His whole left side gave out there. He talked about it in the press conference. So we know y'all was juiced up on that root out there in New Orleans, that voodoo. We don't care. Y'all still trash. Congratulations on y'all win. Y'all still suck, and I'm gonna make this a real. What's up? I don't care. I'm here. Y'all can talk about us all you want to. Go back there and eat that gumbo and that fried rabbit. We don't give a damn. Y'all can go over there and kiss rocks on Lake Pontchartrain and eat some shark. Peace out. They're eating the rabbits. Don't nobody care about that. Fuck y'all.
Not
all right.
Not
be
to
back.
Be
I had to get that out
either. But
they eat that too.
For me, yeah, this win is very inconsequential. At 3-7, you're tied with the Panthers. You guys are not competing. You're no longer competing for the NFC South the ability to win the NFC South. Then on top, if I remember correctly, the Bucs lost as well. So us losing does nothing for anything as far as like ranking goes. The only thing that this really allows us to do is to have the wake-up call that we much needed. Hey, you guys are not as good as you think. Also, funny story, I went to the game last night, and the Texans thought they was finna swag surf, and I just stopped it. I stopped the whole stadium. I said, y'all don't do that here. This is not y'all's. Don't touch that. And the whole stadium stopped. I appreciate
just
that.
play some slow screwed music. That's y'all. Screw it up.
I said, y'all got all this Texas music. I don't want to see not a swag nor a surf from not nobody. That's ours.
That is Atlanta and HBCUs only.
And everybody looked around like, oh, he's serious. And I had the Falcons hat on. I was like, yeah, I'm dead ass serious. I'm not playing with y'all. Don't do that. So yeah, this is the wake-up call for us. The rest of you guys are beat. This is the reason you do your homework early. So if you do miss something, it's fine. Everybody relax. Now, Raheem, this is where we need to see you be the coach that everybody told us that you are.
I was gonna pull up the threads. Go ahead.
But this is your chance to reset your team, get them mentally prepared. And I think we have the bye coming up. So, yeah, we need to get healthy, and we need to get checked in for the rest of the season. That's your responsibility. And that's what I expect. Yeah, we play the Broncos, and then we have the bye week. Then we have the Chargers, Vikings, Raiders, Giants, Commanders, and Panthers.
What's sad is with the Falcons, with this loss, every loss we've had has been due to two things. We didn't address the pass rush in the off. Well, we addressed it with Judon. He hasn't worked out. We didn't make a move at free agency deadline, and we did not get a second corner or linebacker. One of those two. And let me tell y'all who they was attacking in the passing game was them linebackers, boy. That pass that Alvin Kamara dropped, he ran right past Nate Landman. Caden Ellis. I was like, oh, this touchdown. When he motioned out there and they said that, I was like, he gonna run straight down the field.
But it was like, nothing. Sometimes you just in the wrong position, and you and Kamara, you didn't stand a chance. That is strategy. That is not, and personnel. That's not you. Now
I
you
would
might
say Jimmy Lake. You won't shut. Nope. Because I'm not gonna harbor on the bad things. Jimmy Lake made hell of adjustments in the second half. They were up 10-0 or 10-3.
We had a chance to win this game. We should have won this game.
The defense,
but that's
locked up until that They locked up until that Kamara pass in the second half. The defense locked up. They were good, but man.
This is the thing. You need to just beat the teams that are left. You guys, you need to beat the Broncos. The Broncos are not better than the Falcons. They're just good defense. But they are. They're playing good defense, and they're playing good team ball. I will 100% will give them that.
And Sean Payton hates the Falcons.
But this is also a Simmons return game too, right? That's where he was before
when they cut him.
Oh yeah, so definitely this should be a revenge game. I think that this is a game, Kirk, you need to be the adult and beat Bo Nix. And I want to talk about that at least here for a second. What we got out of Kirk Cousins against the Saints is also what we paid for. You know, last week I said, hey, I think we paid for what we got last week. At $50 million, some of these games he's gonna go for 405 touchdowns, and then sometimes he's gonna stand in the pocket too much and get sacked at problematic times in the game. And I think that's what we got. Was this is just not gonna be. You're gonna get some of these Kirk Cousins games to just not it.
Voodoo, bro. Man, McGarry tripped over Lindstrom and Bijan Robinson 3 times, and it was 3 sacks. He just tripped over the foot. They showed it in slow motion. I said, bro, this ain't never happened in no game. No game. And he ain't even that great, and that ain't never happened. It happened 3 drives in a row. I said, oh, I see what's happening here.
You also got to make some type of adjustment with your timing if that continues to happen. But I still think we can beat the Broncos. Before. I mean, you're right. I guess you're right. You're right. You got to beat the Broncos. We probably lose to the Chargers because their defense is so good. We probably lose to the Vikings. They're
gonna have a field day on our. On Alfred.
And then you got to beat the Raiders, you got to beat the Giants, and you got to beat the Panthers. The Commanders is a toss-up. That's actually a pretty decent game. But yeah, as long as you can win out of the last 7, if you can win 4, that's 10-7. That's a home run.
10-7 wins you the division. 11-6 gets you to a top 3 seed. 12-5 gets you to a top 2 seed. 13-4 get you the number 1 seed.
We're gonna lose to them Vikings, and we're probably gonna lose to them Chargers.
I don't know, man.
You got 5 games to get 4 wins.
We're gonna win 2. We're gonna. So we got 5 games left.
Yep.
We only got 5.
No,
games left?
6 games. 6 games left.
We're gonna go. Yeah, we'll go 4-2. We'll go 4-2, which will get us to 12-5, right? No, 10-5. It's 17 weeks.
Yes.
What are we now? 6-4.
6-4.
So,
I don't think I think we lucky to be.
How are we 6-4 and only have 6 games left? You're missing a game, so we're gonna go 5-2 is what I'm saying. We got 7 games
there's
left.
bye week in there. Bye week.
Because you play 17 games though. It's 18 weeks.
Yes. So yes, we have 7 games left. Broncos, Chargers, Vikings, Raiders, Giants, Commanders, Panthers. Those are the 7 games in 8 weeks that we have left.
The teams we're supposed to win, we should win. The Vikings and the Chargers are in the. Yeah, you're right. So we have 4. We should win. I say we go 5. I ain't gonna say that because I don't know. I'm not going humility before hubris.
Relax. Yeah, chill out, my boy.
I think I got a lesson this week,
10
bro.
10
I read my Bible.
7,
I opened my Bible up this. I opened it up heavy on Sunday.
9 and I think 9-8 gets it done. 10-7.
I mean, we won the division. We won the division. We've got to. Unless the worst happens, if you just go 500, you win the game. You win the division.
Yeah.
Which gets you to 4th place. But the thing is, 4th place gets you the Eagles.
Correct.
Which is who we don't want to play because they mad that we beat them in the first 2 in week 3. And the Eagles are top. They top 5 in offense and defense. The Eagles quietly as kept have been good. Jalen Carter. We'll get there. Jalen Carter been out of his mind.
But yeah, I think that 10-7 is the low bar. That should be the low bar. 9-8 is too close for comfort for me. But I don't think 12-5. Hell no, we ain't that either. Now I'll be very realistic about my expectations of all my teams. Just 10-7, and if y'all get put out in the first round, I don't care honestly. That's all that was supposed to happen.
I do. But speaking of, let's go to the other end of the struggle spectrum. A team that has struggled every single week. I don't think they've had a blowout win this year.
BYU?
Yeah. They just got red instead of blue. The Chiefs,
you're right.
The Chiefs beat the Broncos 16-14 on a blocked field goal. And
that is
to win the game, a walk-off block field goal to win the game in the pros rarely happens. And for it to happen with the Chiefs, you can't even say they cheated this game. Like they just it's I don't know. Another route? They practice voodoo in Kansas City that we don't know about? I don't know.
Nah, I think they're actually, you know how I feel about, buckets. Same thing here with wins. You're wasting up all your good juju way too early in the season. You are depleting your special move way too early. And then when you really need the luck to be on your side, it's going to be gone. It's not going to be there. You can't keep going to the luck bucket every time. They're not producing enough on offense. The defense playing its ass off, but the offense is not producing enough for you to be successful.
True, they haven't. But since Denard Hopkins has gotten there, Travis Kelce, man, you're there fighting.
I am.
Since Denard Hopkins has gotten there, since Nook has gotten there, he said favor ain't fair. Shout out to Nessa. Since Denard Hopkins has gotten there, that made me lose my train of thought. Travis Kelce's has had monster gains. He's gotten a touchdown. I think
much better spacing.
Yes. So while they're not producing what you think they are, they starting to get. And this is just 2 weeks of Denard Hopkins. We got a whole nother half a season for them to get on the same page. They don't even run plays. They just go out there and just run. So they get out, and then they go. And the thing is, they get healthy. They gonna get Pacheco back eventually. Like they gonna get all of these players that keep getting nicked up and hurt, and that's been out for 4 weeks and then on IR. The second half of the season, everybody gets off IR. That's been there. That's normally when you back. So and they can still go to the waiver wire and go get Jarrett if they wanted to. Like there's so much that they could do that that they're gonna do.
Listen to these win margins: 7, 1, 5, 7, 13, 10, 7, 6, 2. Oh, you got way too many single digits.
I'll be looking out for Kansas City, just like Duval said. Shut up. But the thing is, so this is my thought on Kansas City. There's a person that you don't like.
They got a decent ending schedule. I mean, you play the Panthers, the Raiders.
They could go 17-0.
The Browns, nah. I mean,
okay.
They're gonna have problems against
the Chargers. Gonna give them a problem.
And
the Broncos
Bills
gonna give them a problem. The Bills gonna give them a problem.
And the Steelers. I mean, Russ throwing that ball. Oh my goodness, he's throwing the ball well, my boy. Jesus, I almost. Yeah. So yeah, I think that they should be looking to damn near coast. If they should be like the Falcons. Just let me win the easy games. Y'all can get all the rest of these tough games. Bills, y'all can win. Just give me the Panthers, give me the Raiders, give me the Browns. Texans got to come into God. Yeah, if they get them
Interesting about the Bills. I think that this, if there is a year for Josh Allen to make a run in the playoffs and get there and beat Patrick, because Joe Burrow out of there now, right? They probably not gonna make the playoffs.
Yeah.
So it's really Josh Allen versus Patrick Mahomes in terms of that duel in the AFC. Yeah. Now Pittsburgh can throw
a lot of people that's already out of the paint. Let me tell you.
Pittsburgh can throw a lot of monkey wrenches in there, but Pittsburgh got to deal with Baltimore. So you could, if I'm Buffalo, this would be the year to get Patrick Mahomes. This is Buffalo. Y'all need to be playing the long game right now. Yes, y'all gonna win. Y'all division suck, so y'all gonna win the division. You need to rest up, get healthy, throw an extra 100 passes after practice with Amari Cooper, and make sure that y'all on the same page, because this is probably y'all best year. This is y'all best time to win. Is this year?
Yeah, that's the thing, is to getting the Amari Cooper. Now he's still hurt. He didn't play again, which is problematic. But if you could get Amari Cooper and Keon Coleman ready, then you could make a run. That is surely something.
With Baltimore keep being up and down, and them, again, we'll get to it. But them not addressing the wide receiver position adequately. I think, and now that Deontay Johnson about to talk his way out of the league, but them not addressing the wide receiver room adequately, in my opinion, we'll get to it because I'm getting ahead of my skis. I will get to it. Let's run through these other scores real fast, and talk about it before we get to Baltimore. I really want to talk about Lions, Texans, Ravens, Bengals. I don't understand what Steelers versus Pitt is. Lions, Texans, Ravens, Bengals. I guess we'll talk about Cowboys, Eagles. I forgot who the Steelers played. But let's run through these other scores real fast. Oh, no. Oh.
What, Vikings, Jags?
Yeah. So the Vikings beat the Jags. Shout out to the Vikings. 12-7 in an awful game.
But this is the thing. You steal a win when your team doesn't play well. I think they've earned it by all the good play that they've done this season. And Jacksonville is questionable. Like, Jacksonville ain't questionable. Jacksonville needs to be blown up. But the thing that's even but I've been predicting this for over a year. Y'all should not have paid Trevor Lawrence. And now you can't fix this team. It's just broken. And they're probably going to end up, Doug Peterson going to get fired. But I think he should be one. I think he should be happy to get out of there too. I'm a firm believer if it ain't gonna work out, then let's do something else.
Yeah, I don't know what Jacksonville's gonna do, because I mean they're married to Trevor Lawrence unless they maybe you try to get him to Cleveland. Maybe you try to get him to nope, because they paid Dak. Maybe you try to get you. I mean, you got to get him somewhere, or you have to blow it up and just restart with everybody. Like you got to get new receivers. New York
would be a great place for.
That's not bad.
And like not trying to be. I mean, what I think that you should have done that at the beginning of this season, if that's what you was gonna do, you should have just swapped your core. You should have cut bait then, and for the Giants, you get another chance at a guy who has pedigree, who's never like competed at a high level but has pedigree, and then for the Jaguars, they can get that outfit is terrible. They could pay dimes 8 this season, and then they could have went in a different direction. I don't think that necessarily their team is that bad as Trevor Lawrence is the problem but that outfit is terrible.
Somebody said skies out, guys out.
Now I have seen a lot of women in their mid-30s pull this outfit off and they kill it. But Debo, you not. You imagine one of the homies pull up in that outfit and y'all finna go somewhere?
I don't hang around dudes that dress like this. No shade.
I
don't hang. None of my friends dress like
But I'm saying that's the thing. You imagine, hey man, you imagine somebody pop up in this outfit. Where do you think we're going with you dressed like that? If you don't find the rest of them shorts, we ain't going nowhere.
That's
or you going by yourself. But me and
you going to the
no, he ain't. Go next game, please. I know whatever you gonna say is wet, and then it's got the zipper on the side. Like that.
What is hanging? What is Debo? You just gonna X that out. I don't even want to talk about that no more. Saints, they won 24.
I better not see you in that outfit. Let me tell you.
Who is you, man? You ain't got to worry. Let me tell you who would be right there at my front door. Like, listen, this is a shotgun that's pointed to the back of your neck. That'll be Kenneth R. Davis the first. You don't believe in the old school black man right there, big dog.
Pops Davis will have questions.
And no, he won't. He'll have answers. Hey. No, he won't. Won't be
Young
man
man.
question.
Young man.
Come sit on down. But there was a heartwarming story for all of wait, what's the play of the year? Yes, I opened up too many things. But there was a heartwarming story of Ricky Pearsall, who was I have refrained from saying this because I wanted to make sure that he was okay. But now that he has made it back, I can now say this. Ricky Pearsall was doing some white people shit. Somebody was getting robbed. You decided to confront the gunman with no gun and got shot in the chest.
Is that what he did?
Yes.
I thought they said I understood that they were robbing him because he had a Rolex on.
He may have been the one that was getting robbed in the gas station. But either way, you decided to not give up the Rolex to the man with the pistol and tried to fight them off, and they shot you in the chest. Now, I'm happy that you're okay. You got your touchdown. You are, I don't even know if you could be eligible for comeback player of the year, call back to what we were just talking about. But if you could be, I mean, that's a hell of a comeback. You got shot in the chest.
I know a lot of people. A lot of people like, you have. But yeah, I'm happy he's healthy. Y'all know I think he's a hell of a wide receiver. And 46-yard touchdown to do it. And it wasn't just like, oh, it's just one of those 46-yard bombs. No, this is probably like a 20-yard throw, a 26-yard run. It's a hell of a run, finished in the end zone. You can't ask for any more. You still,
No, I'm here.
So yeah, I'm happy for him. Go Gators, all of that. And he's gonna be good. Him, Ayuk, and Debo actually very interesting. Well, I don't know if Debo's gonna be back though, but
it's the IR champions
too.
Over there. Him,
they gonna
Debo,
figure it out.
They all be on IR. That $300 million IR ticket right there. You froze?
No,
we there. I'm here.
Fading in and out. Okay, let's keep.
Well, we'll run through it.
Right
hey, the Bucks. Okay, the Lions beat the Texans. Great game. This was the UGA Lions. The Detroit Bulldogs, if that's what you want to call them. They basically got blown out in the first half. Jared Goff threw 5 interceptions in one game.
He kept throwing them, and it was unbelievable. I went to the game. It was unbelievable to watch. It's like, how do you guys keep ending drives and interceptions? But I kept telling the Texans fans, you guys are not finishing enough. Exactly. You're not finishing enough drives with touchdowns. If you get 5 touchdowns, if you got 5 interceptions, you need at least 2 touchdowns and 3 field. Okay. You probably need 2 touchdowns and 1 field goal. They kicked way too many field goals. Slowick he wasn't calling the right plays. I was watching it and just sitting there watching it. You just like, oh, they're going to lose. And they don't know that they're going to lose. And I will say, that game was a 50-50 game. It was as many Detroit fans there as there were Texans fans there.
Detroit, man. Who knew that they traveled that well? Because they were here in Atlanta last year.
I did, because they've done this before. But when I tell you it was Detroit people, I think did they play Houston last year?
Maybe.
Or maybe that was Chicago. But this year, like for the whole weekend, it was Detroit takeover. And everything that happened this weekend, Detroit people, and you know what I mean by people, was everywhere. all over. Like
Buffs.
every venue had a Detroit takeover thing. And then when you get to the game, it was 50-50. It was red and blue everywhere.
Buffs, Kangol, big suits, Midwest out there.
And quietly we talk about the Chiefs and their, juju. Detroit got it too now.
But we think Detroit is 8-1 for the first time since 1954. I think Detroit is a better put together team, though. I think they're a better team than Kansas City. I think Kansas City is winning by their brow. I think Detroit is winning just by guts and like you forget, like they got people that are hurt. Like they just they missing Aiden Hutchinson, who possibly is a top 5 defensive end in the league, and Pittsburgh got 2 of them,
and probably not 5, to be completely honest about it.
No, I mean he's probably 3 or 2.
I was watching the game like y'all are gonna lose, and they were kind of like, no, we got this, and then they lost. It was a great game to watch. All the interceptions, there was no shortage of action, but Texans, and you got to remember the Texans just had the Will Anderson, CJ Stroud players only meeting, and the players only meeting is when things really gone left. You can't have the players only meeting and then lose the 5 interception game the very next game. Before I said, hey man, y'all relax.
That up. They're young. There is no need for a players only meeting with this team.
I agree. I think that was an overreaction. But now the overreaction has happened. What do? You
hopefully they get Nico Collins back. I think Nico Collins, they signed him just in time, because if he had gotten hurt and they turned this bad and then he came back, he would have had to pay me more money. So they signed him. I think once they get Nico Collins back, because that then opens it up for Frank Dell. Shout out to John Mechie. We've been trying to get them to trade you to us for a year, and now you back.
The words right out of my mouth. I was like, hey, this is the reason you don't trade Mechie right here. It's because shit happens, and when shit happens, you need something to fight back.
Cooking out that slot. I was like, Lord, he wide open.
But if they're like the 49ers to me. If you could just get everybody healthy at the same time, that is another team that's terrifying.
Yeah. Shout out to the this team that's terrifying. I wouldn't even call them terrifying because we don't believe, but the Steelers beat the Commanders on a hard count that got the rookie defensive tackle to jump off sides. It was a good game, back and forth. The Steelers defense hung on to. I mean, this looks like the Seattle Steelers with Russell. Like, you just throw the ball deep to a receiver and you play really, 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 really good defense.
Yeah,
and that's what
the
they
reason
did.
I said,
and George Pickens out here happy as hell.
like I really like the Commander. You're right. Yeah, Justin Fields, I'm sorry, bro. You just keep getting the short end of the stick.
Shout out to Mike Tomlin. They tried to build you up because they knew Russell was better. There's no way he's this good in the game and he wasn't this good in practice. So they knew he was better, but they were trying to get you at least some
He delayed the inevitable. He delayed the inevitable as long as he could. And, okay, this is another part, Steelers fans. Y'all need to shut up talking about your coach because he knows what he's doing. If there's ever been a question of knowing what decision to make, and this is the reason, y'all, you can't just get mad and fire your coach all the time. No matter what happens in life, sometimes you just got to be like, this is my guy. I've hitched my wagon to, and you got to ride or die with that.
Which is interesting because the Steelers don't fire their coaches. They haven't fired a coach in like 80 years.
Ever? Yeah. That's the reason I didn't ever think it was a real thing because they don't. Yeah, you're right. You retire. You don't get fired. But it was always like, oh, well, he made a call, which was an extremely controversial call. And he was 100% right. And he made the call.
2 calls.
Yes. And even getting Justin Fields was the right answer because that was a hell of an insurance policy. That's a better insurance policy than the majority of teams have. So that call was elite. And then saying, hey, I know that this is where we are. I'm going with Russell. And it was not the sexy time to do it. Everything was mostly looking like it was going right enough. And that's a really difficult time to make a change when there's not really a good reason for you to say, hey, let's go in a different direction. Unless you know something that nobody else knows. And he did.
There's a conversation for another day where we discussing the multiverse. What would have happened if Justin Fields had stayed and just gone to Penn State like he originally committed to? Instead of going to Georgia, then transferring to Ohio State and all that. Because he was going to be starter at Penn State day one. He was on redshirt and then be starter from freshman year on. But that's a conversation for another day. Because he's constantly kind of gotten the short end of the stick since Georgia, which is interesting.
He's like your boy, who kept getting he's Black Josh Rosen. You just
I think
you be somewhere.
He's Carson. Well,
he got at least somewhat of a chance. Josh Rosen, it was just
well, he didn't like
people
Josh
taking
Rosen.
his
Josh
job
Rosen was
everywhere.
rich, and then he was like, "Yeah, I'm rich. I don't need y'all." And it was like, "Fine, you're fired." Baltimore, Baltimore actually got this win, against the Bengals, which is so crazy. This game was wild. Baltimore had 11 penalties for 81 yards. Jamar Chase almost beat them by himself. Him and Joe Burrow went back to Baton Rouge, and they were playing Clemson, and they were just throwing the ball up. Jamar Chase was running wide open, and then when he wasn't wide open, he reminded y'all that he runs really, really fast, and he just outran
Just throw him the ball,
everybody.
get out of the way.
And he had 264 receiving yards.
I will say, I mean, that Steelers game was a hell of a game. That Texans-Lions game was a hell of a game. This game is so rare on a Thursday night. Everybody I talked to said, this is a hell of a game we just watched. It was an unbelievable watch. You know, and this was different. Like the Texans-Lions was like, it was kind of ugly. It was just kind of unbelievable. This was like, hey, it's 7 minutes. Whoever has the ball last, whoever can score last is going to win this game. And you feel bad because, nope, not going to do that. Lamar played his ass off. 323 total yards, 4 touchdowns.
Yeah, he was amazing. Lamar, the stat that's crazy for this game is Lamar has had to do more this year because of receivers and everything than he had to do last year, and he's having a better year this year than he had last year. His second MVP season. Lamar is kind of crazy, but man, what's crazy thing is Lamar was so good, and it didn't matter because Jamar Chase was so good. Jamar Chase, I mean, he was making catches, and Joe Burrow was just. Joe Burrow. I don't know what you do with the Bengals. I don't know what you do. You put 264 yards, 500 yards, 550 yards of offense, all of these things, and then you lose 35, 34. I don't know.
Click the one right below that, so we can look at this. It's 2 game stats versus Baltimore are crazy. Why you do that? One of the things I was thinking about is what world do we think that we lose like Peyton Manning and Tom Brady? And we think like the end of the world, and then you get Mahomes and Burrow and Lamar Jackson, and you're
Josh Allen. Like you get them 4. Like
yeah. And I was thinking about that today, like, and I hope this doesn't sound like offensive, but I don't really miss Peyton Manning. You had a good run, bro, but do I want to watch Lamar play or do I want to watch Peyton play?
Well, it's 2 different things. When Peyton was offensive coordinator, So like Peyton was ahead of his time because he was running the offenses that they run now at the line. Like he was going to the line and be like, all right, well, I trips right, X, Y, whatever. But Lamar is, and I hate to say it, he's unbelievable. He's amazing. Joe Burrow, look at this stat right here: 820 yards, 9 touchdowns, 0 interceptions in 2 games. And Jamar Chase had 400 yards receiving, 450 yards receiving, and 4 touchdowns of this, and they lost. Like,
you know how inconsolable I would be. 820 passing yards, 9 touchdowns. We didn't win either one of these games, and the season is over.
Yeah, season's over.
I feel like Tyrese. What else do you want from me? Like, what else can I do at this point? But I'm also not I'm not gonna keep going out here and risking my life.
Yeah, especially with that wrist. Joe Burrow's wrist is not healthy.
Been hurt for too many seasons to I'm gonna get on out of here if we not playing to win anymore. Respectfully.
Yeah. And then I think that go ahead.
It's so many teams that are done early. Like NFL, like season over. We're already looking to next season. Cowboys, season over with. Bengals, season over with. Jets, season over with. Like these are teams that we thought were going to compete for a Super Bowl, and at the 10th game, out of it. Browns, season over. Yeah, that's the crazy
Panthers,
part is
all of them gone. Like,
well, the Panthers. They see.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I think we lost Norwood. But no fret. This is the end of the NFL segment of episode 166 of the Splashcast. We were talking about the Cowboys. The Cowboys got plummet checked by the Eagles. We knew that was going to happen. Dak is going to have surgery. He's getting a second opinion. He probably will lose he's probably going to lose the rest of the season. He doesn't want to take he doesn't want to get surgery on this. He's trying to get a second opinion, but it's more than likely it's going to happen. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we will be right back with our NBA segment. Norwood's going to sign back in, and we'll talk about the Hawks and the Lakers. We'll probably end some of this stuff, but we'll be right back. Y'all stay tuned. Oh, give us one. Oh, there he is. I'm about to say.
There we go.
I don't know what happened.
Bro, I'm podding my little life away, and
your computer died or
like,
something?
What? Nah, I was there the whole time, and I'm like, no, I'm here, Reggie.
I was looking at I looked at the screen. It was like Norwood has left the chat. I said, okay.
No.
All right. Well,
right there.
But welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our final segment, our NBA segment. We got a few things. We're not gonna talk about all this, but I don't know what double duty is.
Oh, that's the young lady from the University of Oregon. She almost had a triple-double the night before. Then the next night, she's interviewing the men's basketball team as a sideline reporter. Anytime, you have athletes doing that type of stuff, there it is. Deja Kelly, she played the game, nearly posted a triple-double, then worked the Ducks men's game as a courtside reporter the same day, not even a day after. That's what it really means to be like a student athlete to me.
100%. And shout out to the Big Ten for giving her the platform to expand her knowledge in both areas. She played well in basketball and giving up. Okay, well, you're gonna eat some chips, all right. And being able to work the game as well. So shout out to the Big Ten for that. Bronny debuted in the G League. He played mid. They happy for him.
No, I'm gonna go ahead and tell y'all, Bronny is gonna struggle in the G League, and that's gonna cause a problem.
Well, as Gilbert Arenas said, Bronny doesn't seem to. He's got to be selfish. Okay. 6 points, 2 of 9, 3 rebounds, 4 assists. Bronny seems to struggle with. I don't know what shots he's taking. I don't know what shots he's taking. I don't know if he's only taking threes. I don't know if he's taking mid ranges. I don't know, but it seems like he needs to figure out. You know what it is? Kids don't play around the world no more. You need to play around the world. Start up under the basket, only hit the net, go to the left, go to the right, to the block, go to the elbow, free throw. You need to hit those because I don't know. But Bronny, now I will say, as folks have said, he's a content creator that's playing basketball. So the game tickets to go to his game were, influencer. Going to the game was like $700 to go to the G League game. And folks were there. Like, he is, for all intents and purposes, as somebody that doesn't say much off the court, he has a huge influence. But on the court, I don't know if it's going to work out.
I just don't think that he's good enough. Like, if you look at the draft this year, I don't think he gets drafted at 55 this year. I think he gets drafted lower this year. I think this is a way better draft than last year. And that means that you're probably not better than a lot of the kids in college that you would be playing against. So you're surely not as good. Like, you're surely not good enough to play in the G League or dare say the varsity squad that's trying to win a championship. I think that he just should have stayed. Like, him not staying in school has put him in a very precarious
it's going to be a
situation.
poster child of, and unfortunately, it's going to come back to LeBron too, because it's going to seem like you forced him to come to the league and get drafted so you can play with your son and all that stuff. But hopefully he develops and he stays there for a couple of years. I would like to see him go to another league, like overseas, and then come back to the G League and go back and forth. And that way you could at least get better. Or you could be LeBron. You could be Bronny and go play in China. Like, there's places for you to flourish. I just don't think the NBA will be one of them, personally.
Well, you call Michael Jordan's son and get on the boat with him.
Nah, Brian, that's a whole different type of Coke. That ain't no beverage. That ain't no sponsorship.
That's all you gotta do. You just gotta set the joke up. Reggie go, hey, see what you did.
Slam dunk, boy. Let me tell you, I'm Shaq, boy. I finish the alley every time. But we are old though. Bronny James and Scottie Pippen Jr. are guarding each other in the NBA right now. That means Scottie Pippen Sr. and LeBron James Sr., who's crazy is that LeBron James Sr. is still playing. I remember when both of them were playing, which is wild crazy. So full circle moment for both of them. And as a father, no matter how good or bad your child is, the fact that they made it this far, I know LeBron is beaming with pride, even if he helped them get that far.
But see, this is like the reason. Another reason this is interesting is like Scottie Pippen Jr. was a guy who wasn't the most highly talented guy out of college. It's taking him a little while to kind of get himself figured out. But this season, he averaged 12 points, 4 rebounds, 6.5 assists, shooting 52% from the field. Like this is a guy who Bronny, and he's only 6'1". Like Bronny should be doing his best to try to model his game after Scottie Jr. I don't know if he can get to this level because Scottie Pippen Jr. has been playing pretty well so far.
Yep. And shout out to Jaylen Brown, man. He's designing courses at MIT around AI and STEM exploration for middle and high school students through his Juice Foundation. All of this while the Celtics going on a revenge tour and just demoralizing and beating everybody else. So Jaylen Brown is winning off the court. We've covered why he was winning off the court before when he was going to summer league games with his guests, and now he's also designing MIT courses in STEM exploration for middle school and high school students. Now, he's also extremely, and it was for Afrotech. This was highlighted by, he's extremely culture oriented. Ooh, that's a good word. I should put that on a shirt. Culture oriented. He's extremely culture oriented. So I have no, and he says the foundation's 4 pillars are entrepreneurship, financial literacy, health, wellness, and leadership and activism. Health and wellness being a pillar, leadership and activism being a pillar. And he's trying to create a sustainability and a sustainable foundation for technology advancement amongst the culture going forward. So shout out to Jaylen Brown, man. And you kicking ass out on the court.
I want to start with, this is another amazing feat for this guy. At every turn of the corner, he knocks it out of the park way more than you could even begin to expect. Whether it was investing in, was it Oakland and in Boston?
Yeah, he went to Cal. So he was
yes,
Berkeley.
I think, yes. So he's put his money where his mouth is. He's been giving these lectures. He's designed these courses. Also, I'm a straight shooter here. He got him a baddie.
Possibly two.
No, just one. He's won a championship and still none of the love, recognition, appreciation. This guy should be highly heralded. He's done everything. And he's done the one thing that everybody says you got to do before you can be the guy. He won a championship and it was the MVP. Every time I look at Jaylen Brown, to me, Jaylen Brown like shows me that America does not love smart black men.
Yeah, no. Why would they?
Like, it's not even like they don't want him in the room because he's smart and he's still black and good
and young. He's only gonna get better. Only like 26
and confident. Like, that's the other part is he's not like just one of those people who like, okay, I'm smart, but I don't really have like either the ability to represent myself or I'm just not super confident. Nah, he checks all the boxes. So it's like, oh, no, I can't deal with this guy. He's too smart. That's crazy. Like, this guy, for all intents and purposes, and it's basketball. It's like, no offense to football players, but it's only 400 basketball players in the world in the NBA. And this, like, he's doing everything, and it's just like, oh, yeah, it's Jaylen Brown, I guess. He can't dribble with his left.
Yeah, I dunk on you with my right, though.
Yeah. The world we live in is crazy. Like, I look at Jaylen Brown, and I think that he should be top 5 most famous, like, American athletes.
He should be. He's good. So, I mean, I'm excited to see what he's going to do going forward. The Celtics, and between him and Jason Tatum, I don't know who's angrier. Jaylen Brown for not making it on the USA team or Jason Tatum for making it and not playing. But both of Jason Tatum going for MVP, and he is cooking everybody. All them tough shots that he was missing, he making now.
I hope that Jaylen Brown continues to make everybody in the room uncomfortable. That's what I really hope.
He will.
I love that he is unapologetically black and unapologetically intelligent. And if you're not comfortable with me being intelligent around you, that's a you problem, not a me problem.
Yep. In other news, Ant Edwards is shooting. So Ant Edwards is shooting a career high from 3. He's already hit, I think, more at just as many threes or a percentage that he did last year, which is impressive. We always say that USA basketball is one of the best things for a young player to go to, and Ant had the right. It seems like he's had the right attitude when going to USA basketball. Now, being perched up as the next face of the league will get you in opportunities and spaces that others may not be able to get to. For example, him playing all those minutes over Tatum. If Tatum was to be the face of the league, I think Tatum probably would have got more minutes than Ant. But Ant is good. What I'm saying is the point of what I'm saying is young players that go play for Team USA always come back better. The only exception is LeBron James because he was already great at 19, and they blamed him for the loss in 2004. And Tim Duncan was like 25, 30, and was like in his prime, and nobody said nothing. But Ant has grown to the point now. He already said, hey, I was working with Dame. I was working with KD. I was looking at Steph. I was studying all those guys, trying to figure out how to get my shot better. That's why my shot was so off in the Olympics, because I was literally taking a different form every game, trying to figure it out. And I settled on Dame's. And now he's cooking, and it's the footwork. And just to hear that, I didn't go back and look at all the footwork of him doing all of that. I believe him because he's a professional athlete. But what I did notice was that he is a student. He went to that as a student, and he is a student of the game. And what you can say about Michael Jordan with gambling and all of that stuff, he still studied his opponent. And Ant seems to have that. And it's starting to get scary hours because he's shooting now.
Well, and I want to give a little bit of pushback. As good as Tatum is, he will never have what Anthony Edwards has. Anthony Edwards has a next level of confidence. Now, the thing about Anthony Edwards is his opportunity met up with his elite skill and his confidence. That's that ability to, I'm going to play Kevin Durant, and I'm going to tell you you're my favorite player, and I think you're the greatest player of all time, but I'm also here to bust your ass. That is just, you don't get enough of that. So when you see a guy who plays like that, he gets a different level of respect. Yeah, he's very candid in the way he talks, because he hit 53s through 9 games. He like, yeah, I'm keep lacing them bitches. And I was like,
it ain't nothing you can say either.
I like that. Like, he's just more marketable, even in his commercials. Like, Tatum had a shoe before him, but
Jordan Brand ain't the greatest. Jordan Brand,
I
ain't the
agree.
Greatest place to sign either.
Yeah, you're right. But Adidas ain't either. And you could tell, or at least to me, it seems like he's highly involved in his sneaker, and he's highly involved in his marketing materials, because they sound like him. He's gone right to, oh, I'm talking about you. I'm talking about you. I'm talking about you. I'm talking about you. And that's the same thing he does nightly on the floor is, I'm not ducking any smoke. Whoever want it, I got it for you. And I will let anybody know versus everybody else is like, hey, that's my bro. Now we just competing. No, I came here to beat you. And I will say as much as I can.
I know that are like 3, really. It's 3 players I know that are like that don't really fuck with working out with everybody else. Olympics is different because you basically are in a summer camp.
Yeah.
But like Giannis was like that. Giannis was like, man, I don't want to work out with y'all. I'm trying to kill y'all.
Yeah.
And Joker,
But
Joker don't like football. Joker don't like basketball. But Joker's another guy. He just go work out. So those three guys, to your point, are killers. They ain't trying to work out with nobody. They ain't trying to be friends. They ain't trying to do none of that.
But they're also not confrontational. Like Giannis isn't like, I came here to beat you. He's just like, oh, I'm gonna play basketball. I'm gonna play. My game will kind of do. But not in the same way Anthony Edwards is. Anthony Edwards is like, oh no, I'm the best person here, right?
Luka's
cool
another
the
guy.
rest of y'all.
Luka's another guy that does that. Luka does that too.
But he don't have, as much as I love Luka, he don't have the same whatever Anthony Edwards has that nobody has.
He's got a lot of charisma. A lot of on-court charisma.
Yes, that's it. Like John, I will consider like in that ballpark, but he don't have it like Anthony Edwards has it. He's just like, oh, I'm confident, and I'll probably fight you, but I don't really want to do too much talking. Anthony Edwards is like, oh, nah, I'm gonna talk you through this ass whooping I'm about to get.
Yeah, this
Kevin Durant,
but it's part of his game too. That amps him up when he quiet. Like the only person that has shut him up is Kyrie Irving. He did it with no talking. He just ran you off the court. He said, "Okay, you guard me. All right, bet."
Kyrie's old man strength. Hey, young man, you can do all this talking you want to. You know, when it comes to dribbling the basketball, there's nobody better than me. Great basketball player, and at this point in your career, you could very well be better than me. But when I have this ball in my hands, you're in the torture chamber.
Yeah, well, there's one person that is the same as Kyrie. Don't do a lot of talking, but do a lot of killing. And let me tell you who he be killing. OKC, Steph Curry, 36-5-7 on 13 of 23. He shot over 50% from three and beat OKC, the number one team in the West. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that the Warriors, I know is only 7, 8, 9, 10 games in, but I believe the Warriors are number 1 or 2 in the West.
Yes, you have
number
Draymond,
number 3,
who's
tied for 2.
Or
tied for 2.
Yes, you have Draymond, who's orchestrating excellent basketball and playing high level defense again. You have Steph, who looks like he is on, I don't know. Joker is looking otherworldly right now, and there's no Embiid. But Steph looking like he wants to put the other part is the Nuggets not winning enough games. So you're right. Joker might have the stats.
Why do you say the Nuggets aren't winning enough games?
Where are they at? Are they 1 or 2?
There are 3.
I feel like
they are 7 and 3.
They must be on a little heater because they started slow.
They won 5 in a row.
Oh, that's the reason. My bad. you take a couple. I was like, wait, hold on. I saw them losing.
The Joker went for 35, 18, and 17. I said, okay, well,
all right. That's a quick fix.
Hey, shout out to Russ too. Shout out to Russ. Got Jamal Murray over there nervous.
Nah, Jamal. Everybody is good, but Mike Malone likes Russ.
Russ is a Malone guy.
Mike Malone ain't invited to the cookout because we're not doing that. But I also believe that Mike Malone will invite himself to the cookout.
Yeah,
that's what I would say
with
about
a chain
that.
and the hat, looking like this, thinking he looking like Malibu Most Wanted.
Yeah. But he drove here listening to Jeezy. But I think that he
donated to
Russ.
United Negro College Fund.
Exactly. And yeah, I'm glad to see the Nuggets because the Nuggets started out slow.
Yeah, but I mean, and also, I really do think, as much as Clay and Steph are friends, they are competitors. And I really do think, because Clay said that the day before Steph went crazy. He said,
"Oh, no.
I got a new splash brother now." He said, "I got a new splash brother now." And I was like,
I don't think he said that. I think that might have been some internet manipulation. Don't
matter. All you need is motivation.
I agree. but I think Steph is historically chosen his words way better than that. With that being said, there is
No,
definitely
you said Clay or Steph?
well, both of them.
Clay said that.
Oh
Allegedly.
yeah, I know. Clay don't
We're
do enough
talking
talking
about
for
Luka.
that. I don't believe that. But what I
Buddy
was
Hield hit 35
there-
the next game.
there is because Draymond. I watched Draymond talk to Moses Moody about it today, and they were talking about how I guess when they were working out and everybody was together, him and some of the guys from Dallas, Clay was like, "Hey, don't talk to the ops," and Draymond was like, he was 100% joking, but he was also 100% serious. Like, I know Clay well enough to know that he's being funny, but when he plays against us, he's going to do his damnedest to cook us. And I think that Buddy Hield
He should.
is also like, is in there like, oh, no, I'm trying to show you that I can be your replacement. And Buddy ain't missing.
Well,
Buddy don't do nothing but.
By the time this come out, we going to find out because they play tomorrow. So
that is when I will be locked in to watch because
we
everybody is trying to prove. I think that definitely Kyrie and Luka want to help Clay get to a championship with them. I think that Luka wants a championship. I think Kyrie wants to look. I did it with two guys you never thought that I would end up winning a championship with, and the Warriors. They need to like get back to their more winning ways. And I think that, yeah, they're trying to prove like, yeah, we needed to move on from you, Clay, whether you liked it or not. And Buddy is seizing the moment. Let me tell you, that boy ain't playing.
Nah, he's shooting, and he wide open though. Like the spacing,
which is what you can't.
Yeah,
you can't do what Buddy Hield is.
With no shooters.
He will Bahamian bomb you to death.
Shout out to Domantas Sabonis. Oh.
I was gonna say Cavs 12-0. Big Bulls.
Shout out to Domantas Sabonis. He had a hell of a game. No misses, no nothing. He was triple-double, everything. 12 out of 12. He just had one of the most efficient games in NBA history. And how
you don't miss a shot, you don't turn the ball over, you don't foul anybody, and have 13 assists.
Don't miss a free throw.
Also, don't ask me to do anything else.
If we lose, don't talk to me. But yeah, you alluded to it. The Cavs at the time of this graphic, they were 11-0.
Don't look at me.
They were 11-0. They are now 12-0. So I heard somebody say this is the 2016 Hawks all over again with Jeff Teague.
Hell no.
Jeff Teague.
Just the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
Paul Millsap, Al Horford, Korver, and DeMar Carroll was the top five. Was the starting five.
No. This is the 2022 Atlanta Hawks, but winning. DeJounte, Trey, John Collins, Clint Capella.
Oh wait. Who is DeJounte and Trey are 2 point guards.
Who's the point guard on this team?
What's his name? Short dude. Darius Garland. Yeah. He plays the point guard.
Okay. So, well, it's nice when your guy also plays off the ball. That also helps a lot. I think that DeJounte is better than Darius Garland, personally.
Yeah, but Trey and DeJounte are 2 point guards. Oh boy, God, what's his name? I can't think of it now. Donovan Mitchell is a 2. He is a 2.
Yes.
He is not passing the ball. He is not setting up nothing. He has the green light to go dunk and score whenever he wants to. There's no setup in his game. That team didn't have that.
I think that everything I see here, those Atlanta Hawks could have done that with similar personnel. I think that Mobley's a little bit better than John Collins. You trade some defense for shooting, and I think the Clint Capella is better than Jared Allen.
I think Donovan Mitchell is the piece that doesn't fit in your equation. I don't think the Hawks had any Donovan Mitchell on their team.
That
From the role that they play, from anything. They had no Donovan Mitchell on their role.
I would have liked to see Trey play more of a Donovan Mitchell role. Not all the time, but at least some of the time. Was not enough. We do it every year. Is Trey gonna play off the ball? Yeah.
Which is why I say that it doesn't. I understand what you're trying to say, but it don't work because Donovan Mitchell is a scorer. He is 48 points and 0 assists.
Let me communicate. Okay, let me say this. I wish Trey had played off the ball more. He didn't have to be 1-for-1 because his facilitation is still so good. But if he played a quarter and instead of like, hey, I got to have the ball, no, let me run off some screens. Let me just go full speed on offense and let DeJounte run the point like Garland does and then still get his buckets. It could have been interesting. But Trey got to get off the ball. But I don't know if he can now. Now he can.
So,
but that was the whole reason
But don't bury the lead. So the Cavs are 12-0 now. They are off to the best start in history, I believe.
It's frustrating as hell.
And
to me, I just don't.
They beat the Knicks. They beat the Bucks. They beat the Lakers, and they beat the Warriors. It's not like they've had a powder puff schedule to start.
Wait. Now you're right, but you said the Knicks. Questionable. Knicks looking shaky quietly. I haven't said it out loud because I don't want to deal with Knicks fans. Knicks look very underwhelming. Who else? The Bucks. They look downright terrible. Lakers can be had. Oh. No, going back to Glenn.
He said they're going to make the playoffs.
We will make the playoffs.
Yeah, you won't be there.
Who asked you that? Who asked you that? Who said, hey, do you think the Bucks will make? Do you think that the playoffs are a conversation that you should be having, Glenn?
They need to figure out what they're going to do with Giannis. Giannis already talking about, I want to go to Miami or New York. He already telling y'all where I'm about to go. Him in Miami would be cool.
No, you need to go to hell, Giannis. You are the person that made this happen. Me and Reddy talked about this all year last year where you had Adrian Griffin and you was in the second place in the East. You got Glenn, and y'all have not been good. So, no, you sit your ass on down. You get comfortable, because what did we say last year? When you start firing coaches, you become an executive. You get in the same conversation that I say about LeBron James. When you trade all them players and now your team stink, well, that's you. You made that decision, general manager. And don't tell us that you didn't approve Jrue Holiday getting traded. You had to. Nobody's doing anything that could risk you walking out of their lives, Giannis, especially not in Milwaukee when you don't know when you're going to get another one. Last one you had was Kareem.
Yeah,
and you get Kareem. You got Lou Alcindor. Hell, it's been so long. They're going to do whatever you tell them to. So you did this, and now you're going to walk away from it.
That's one thing I don't agree with is throwing a rock and hiding your hand, bro. Yeah, man up. I always say man up. Don't be no – again, Jaylen Brown said Giannis is a child. That it was immaturity. Like, if you're going to be a man and say, hey, this ain't working, we're not happy, I want to be this, I'm the star, I got all this stuff, well, then when it ain't losing, don't duck now. Don't duck when you go out there and say, well, no, bro, you made the call.
You let Jrue Holiday walk out the door, and you let Adrian Griffin walk out the door. That's on you. And if you sat by
the door, he didn't walk out. He kicked him out.
Either way, either you sat idly and let the team do it, which I don't believe for 1 minute, or you did it, and then you're definitely responsible. You're responsible. But either way, you know what I say all the time: the money. You the big dog over there. Whatever they did, I assume that they did it with you being involved. So I'm kind of happy to see the Bucks in this struggle, and them and the Sixers is.
Yep. The Hawks. So our last few games, we beat the Knicks, lost to the Pistons, lost to the Bulls. Should have beat the Bulls. Should have beat the Pistons. And the Pistons game, I'm not mad at because we started so bad, and then we showed a lot of resilience and coming all the way back after being down 24 points to then lose on a game-winning block. And Trey actually made the right play. I'm not really bad about that. I'm happy we beat the Knicks. I told you we matched up pretty well against the Knicks. The Knicks also fluked that game by not posting Trey with Mikal Bridges. I didn't get it. But the Bulls,
the Knicks got to figure out how to get everybody.
The Bulls game is inexcusable for me.
Well, the Knicks game, don't get too high on them. First of all, Knicks not as good as we thought they were going to be this season. We thought it was just going to be perfect on day one, and it is clearly not. So I'm not too high on the Knicks. The Pistons was disappointing, but I also want to let people know the Pistons do not suck anymore. They might not be good yet, but don't think it's going to be what it's been in the past. If you think that you're just going to go in every night and beat up on the Pistons, not going to happen. They're going to make it difficult for you every night. Before you could have gone in there. And I think Monty Williams, like, getting out of there was probably the best thing. It doesn't even seem like he was pushing them to try to win. I think that now
they were too young.
Yeah.
He needed grown-ups.
And I think that they're going to make it tough on a lot of people all season. I keep looking at the Bulls.
I think they're going to get raided.
And I think the Bulls are a decent team. Now, the big issue with the Bulls is they paid Patrick Williams, and he's basically a non-factor on offense and mostly kind of on defense. So but other than that, I think they're a team that could very well be better than the Hawks, especially if the Bulls are healthy. If they have Lonzo too.
I think the Hawks they're gonna. Well, I already told you. I think they're gonna trade DeAndre Hunter. He's been hurt, but we have had no update, zero, on him being hurt. They haven't said a timetable. They ain't said what's wrong with him. Like,
well, it went from a knee to a family issue, and you know how they play the family issues. They don't say anything.
They ain't gonna say that.
So that's the thing.
But we did strike gold on Dyson Daniels. I didn't realize he was only 21 years old. And he's 6'5".
That's like
he's everything that they wanted Dante Exum to be from Australia. He's starting to be able to shoot the ball a little bit more. He's getting more playing time. But he's got 17 steals in his last 3 games, and we watched them. And every time they don't even want to dribble against him no more.
He's a harassing defender. He's the type of defender that, bro, don't even come over here doing that. Bro, we just trying to get a run. No, he is in your jersey. And anytime you throw a lazy pass, he's going to get it.
Him and Ricochet make a scary perimeter combination.
And I'm going to tell you what I think. That's the core that I'm looking. If it's me, that's what I'm looking at. Dyson Daniels, Ricochet, and Jalen Johnson. That is a hell of a trio. They're all long and rangy. Jalen Johnson is getting more confident shooting the 3. Dyson has his days. And Ricochet, he doesn't make a lot of them, but the shots that he takes are good shots to take. He doesn't take a whole lot of shots. I don't ever see him take a Trey shot where you're like, bro, why would you shoot that shot? Every shot that he shoots, yes, he shoots like, oh no, this makes sense within this. He doesn't do a lot of stupid basketball. So for me, yeah, if we could trade Trey and get a piece or 2 back, then yeah, and get the money off the books, that would be way more reasonable and feasible for me, because they all got the same haircut.
Duke Star.
That little package of Dyson, Big Z, and JJ. Oh, they That's the new hybrid. What you want? Everybody can kind of shoot. They can dribble. You can switch all three of them. Whatever position.
The Hawks had a crazy lineup against the Knicks where they put those three at the 2, 3, 4. But Dyson was clearly the number 2. But the 3 and 4 was just whoever y'all guard. And then they put Okongwu and Capella, and they rotated them in, and they was kicking. And they were kicking Cat's ass. They were, and Cat still scored and did what he did, but he got jumped. And I was like, oh, this is kind of crazy.
But Cat should have won this game by dunking on Dyson Daniels instead of shooting that stupid 3. That's what lost them the game. They deserve to lose the game because it's you and a 2 guard. I don't care if you literally have to old school that man and just back him down. You have to put him in the bucket and anything, or make him foul you and you shoot the free throws. But what you don't do is clank the 3 and then end the game. That they tricked that off.
Yeah.
But
so the Hawks, man, they coming up. I don't even think we have a favorable schedule. The thing is, if this team doesn't get DeAndre Hunter, which is unfortunate what he's going through, but also it's unfortunate that the way that this roster is constructed, we need to get healthy because him coming off the bench with Bogey and Buffkin and Okongwu, but I don't consider Okongwu bench because him and Capella split the minutes almost evenly now.
Yeah.
Those 3 give us the depth that allows us to play 8-9 deep and allows us to give Trey a little bit of a break. Oh, Norwood left again. And he's back. But moving on, because obviously the Chinese weather balloons told us that our time is 1:00. Well, twice again. We're gonna move on to the injuries, man. These injuries are kind of crazy. Ja Morant out multiple weeks. Ja Morant is out multiple weeks with a hip injury. Paolo Banchero, right torn oblique. He's out for the year. He's going to be reevaluated in 6 weeks, which means he's probably going to be out until at least, that's a core injury. So I don't know when he's going to be out, when he's going to come back. Kevin Durant, calf strain, at least 2 weeks. Kawhi Leonard, multiple weeks with that degenerative knee. Zion Williamson out indefinitely with that hamstring strain, even though he lost whatever. Lonzo Ball came, which is so sad. Lonzo Ball came back and was balling, and then he has a wrist injury, so he's going to be out. Kristaps Porzingis with the foot injury is talking about coming back in December at the earliest. Chris Middleton, ankle injury, out indefinitely. Chet just broke his hip, out 10 weeks. Joel Embiid, knee management, expected to return from suspension, but then he's going to manage that knee. CJ McCollum, adductor strain. Tyrese Maxey, hamstring strain. All these soft tissue injuries. Calf strain. Have hand fracture for DeJounte Murray. Scotty Barnes, orbital fracture. Now, that's real. Jimmy Butler, sprained right ankle. Like, all of these soft tissue injuries are wild crazy in the NBA. Well, Norwood's back again. So I'll give him a chance to talk about these soft tissue injuries before we get back into it. Give me about 20 seconds. He's back.
There you go.
So talk about these injuries. We've talked. I don't know.
It's
froze.
It's wild that it is so many players who are really hurt that it's kind of balanced things out for the most part, where the season hasn't really started because there's so many teams that are hurt. And
the season ain't gonna start till January.
Exactly. But I would like for the Hawks to be healthy. This would give us a chance to kind of win some games and try to at least make it competitive with an Orlando team that's better or a Miami team that's better. But we just as hurt as everybody else. It really makes you reconsider the load management. I'm starting to believe that playing more basketball, playing every week, playing every game is actually probably better than not playing, because these people are hurt and seriously hurt. And these are the guys who don't play the most games every year. Now, some of the stuff is a freak accident, like the Chet Holmgren situation. The hip, that's crazy. But the rest of these guys,
and I hate to say it because you know it's gonna come up. So I'm gonna say what everybody else thinking. This is why you gotta get in the gym. Like you, at some point, but the way that basketball is now, you theoretically don't have to be big and strong, like overly muscular, like you had to do in the 80s, 90s, and maybe even early 2000s. Ain't no Shaqs, ain't no Oakleys, ain't no Davis brothers, ain't none of that. But when you do fall and ain't nothing there, bruh, ain't nothing but bone and tendon. One of them got to give out, either the bone or the tendon. And it happened to be that he fell hard.
Now, Ja is, I mean, he's Derrick Rose. He plays fast like that. That's just gonna be a thing.
AI.
Yeah. The oblique with Paolo, I think that's just more of a freak thing than anything.
Mm-hmm.
Kevin Garnett, the calves and the ACLs and the Achilles, that's
Kevin Garnett.
I mean, Kevin Durant, you know it.
For Showtime.
You knew exactly who I meant. But yeah, that whole ankle, foot, Achilles thing, well, it will always be a thing with Kevin Durant.
He's never not good. He's never gonna. Anytime he gets a strain, he's never gonna play. Kawhi need to retire.
Yeah, cool. I mean,
degenerative
not at what they paying him.
To sue. Yeah, I mean, you can't.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Zion, we right back. Like,
he lost weight. Somebody said LeBron 39, still going strong. Lonzo, man, this hurt my heart because we were so happy that he got back, and then he hurt his wrist. Brittle. Chris Stapps, we knew this was coming. He been hurt his whole career. Chris Middleton, it might be
he quietly Kawhi Jr. He ain't been right
might
in
be
2 or 3
time to
seasons.
hang it up, good dog, big dog.
No.
You our age, brother.
No.
You about a year younger than me.
No, it ain't. No, it ain't. Not at what they paying him.
He getting paid that much?
What? 35 million?
How many years left?
I'm trying to get to it right now. This year, next year?
Yeah.
Oh, but he gonna pick up. He's 100% picking up that $34 million player option next year.
Don't matter. Get you out. Yeah, you pick it up. Now you tradable. Don't matter. Either way, you out of here.
Pick it up and get put down. Let me tell you that much.
Chet, Joel Embiid, CJ McCollum. I mean, it's unfortunate. A lot of these dudes that's older, I think it might be time. Now, it's these young dudes, it's unfortunate.
No, go back. Left, please. Left. No, right. Back to CJ McCollum. CJ in New Orleans.
Hang it up, big dog.
Bro,
about that time.
I don't know about that, but
shit.
I mean, it's
he been positioning himself to retire for 4 years. He been commentating and all that, interning for 4 years.
Yeah, but
take that job, big dog.
I would say CJ McCollum, find you a good bench spot before you just go straight into retirement. You could play at least 3 or 4. Like you might not be starter level anymore, as far as I'm concerned. But I think that you'd be I love to have him on the Hawks bench.
He needs he's not a facilitator. He needs the ball.
No. I mean, I wouldn't mind him being our backup. I mean,
you got Bogey.
I like Kobe Buffkin, but
he just not. But Kobe's more of a facilitator than CJ.
CJ was running the point before they had DeJounte. CJ's been their de facto point guard for the last year or two. That's the reason they went and got DeJounte, because they wanted a real point guard instead of CJ McCollum. I think that he'd be a perfectly fine backup guy, adult in the room. I have no issue with him stealing at least 4 bid years. Next, please. This is a terrible injury. You know, you already had Paul George miss a bunch of games this year. Then you have Embiid, who's been out all season, and now you take out Maxey. Bro, what you supposed to do with that? There's nothing left. There's nothing left there.
And then you got Aaron Gordon, calf strain. All of these are soft. Well, this was unfortunate for DeJounte.
Yeah,
we talked about it earlier. But, I mean, it's fortunate because he'll be back in December.
Yeah.
So
Yes.
he'll be able
No,
to
no, no, no.
recover
I think he'll be back.
in December.
I guess
He heard it.
probably.
He heard it
But
at the end of October. So that's 6. He heard it in the first week of the season. Like the second game. I think he heard it the second game of the season.
And Aaron Gordon, like, all right, you're missing Aaron Gordon, but that's the reason you paid Michael Porter Jr. all that money. And you still got Murray and Christian Braun and Russell Westbrook. You just got to figure out kind of how to make it work.
Well, I mean,
they
won 5 in a row.
Yeah. Ta-da.
So this right here.
That sucks.
That sucks. Toronto already wasn't good, even though they're probably better than we thought they would be. But him being out indefinitely, man,
he's their best player and their leader.
Scotty Barnes. Yeah. For all the audio experience, because it's Scotty Barnes with the Raptors is who we talking about. Jimmy Butler, look,
he's finna get out of Miami
and go. He gonna have to go. He gonna have to take a pay cut, and he gonna have to go somewhere where he's gonna be the third option, because Jimmy, while his prime came later, his prime, I believe, has come and gone. I don't think we'll ever see Jimmy that goes to the finals and leads the team to the finals again. Now I will say it's hard to say that knowing now that his father died in 2023 and he played with that his whole year and didn't tell nobody. So I understand now how that could be and how your game could suffer. But aside from that, like, Jimmy's in an interesting situation.
He get paid so much money.
Yeah, and they're trying to get Bam to take the next step. But, I mean,
$48 million is so much. And another player option, $52 million.
But he don't want to be there, though. He might turn that down because he don't want to be there. Where are you going to go?
You going to turn out and get 52. It's going to take you 2-3 seasons to get that money. I'm going to tell you that. If you turn down $52 million, you'll be working for 3 seasons to get that same 52.
$1 million a week.
Because I'm going to tell you right now, a re-sign of Jimmy Butler is 3 years, $75 million. And that might be, and you know what?
A lot. Jimmy, how old is Jimmy Butler? He's like 37, ain't
he? Yeah. I don't think that old. But nah, I'm taking Jimmy 3 years, $60 million. Because the first 2 years,
he'll be 3 years, he'll be he'll be 36. So that's 36 to 39.
Yeah. And you might
2
be
years.
You might be that
option.
Yeah.
Option, bro.
Yeah, you're right. I might do 2 years, $60 million, and then like another, whatever on the team option. We're not picking it up. The only way we pick that up is we win a championship. And if then we're okay with it. But outside of that, we're not picking that up.
But, ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of episode 166 of the Splashcast Monday Night Raw. It is 1:25 a.m. here on the East Coast. With that being said, Nord, if we ain't miss anything, take us out.
Ladies and gentlemen, children of all ages, thank you guys for walking with us during this very tough period for Reggie and I, as all of our teams
every single one, even the rivals,
completely whooped, stomped out, drubbed. Thank you guys for rocking with us. Always remember, go back and listen to old pods. Always go back and listen to old playlists that come out every week. There'll be a Splashcast 36-pack out soon and very soon. With that said, number one, more black baseball. And we're going to take a little break from baseball, let everybody heal up, get mentally prepared to come back to the next season and win a championship. Let's go Bravos. Number 2, more black cowboys and cowgirls. I have really seen a big pickup. I don't know if it's just my Instagram feed now or whatever, but in black rodeos, they just had the Black History Rodeo thing here in Houston. I'm mad that I wasn't able to go because it was packed. The Bill Pickett rodeo tour I've seen all over. I've seen a lot of us go support that in a way that I just haven't seen in the past. And I'm going to take credit for that because we were the first people to say it. We told y'all about black cowboys way before Beyonce. And I'm going to say that too. And then and then finally, the historically black college university you went to, your cousin went to, the person you used to sit in the back of church and laugh and kiki with, your favorite coworker, send some money over there. The Historically Black College University in your neighborhood, the one you go to for homecoming, step shows, just to be around your people. Send some money over there. And then finally, the greatest learning institution in all the world, one of the best HBCU football teams in the country. Send some money to the Hampton University.